Hey everybody, happy Tuesday and welcome to another Techstrong TV broadcast. Today is Tuesday, February 22nd. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon. What a great show we've got lined up for you today. We're going to get things kicked off with a conversation between Alan and Eamon McErlin, who is the VP and Global Head of Accessibility over at ServiceNow. It is a new role for Eamon, and they're going to discuss ServiceNow's new cross-functional organization, Center of Excellence for Accessibility, which is going to make the Now platform more inclusive for a wide range of diverse needs. And that is Eamon's sole responsibility over at ServiceNow with accessibility, and it is a great endeavor for ServiceNow to do. And so Alan and Eamon talk about why ServiceNow decided to put such an emphasis on greater accessibility. It's a great conversation, and it's a worthy endeavor indeed. After that, Alan speaks with Chris Eng, who is the Chief Research Officer over at Varicode. They discuss findings from the State of Software Security 12 report that Varicode put out and some of its implications. And there's a lot of really interesting takeaways in this report, so definitely want to check that conversation out. After that, we have the Haunted Hacker podcast. This is part 2 of the 2-part conversation that host Mike Jones has with Mike Curnow, who is the CEO of Defiant Networks. And they talk about so many different things, including what's been happening in the year so far as it relates to cybersecurity, as well as automated devices, self-driving cars, new bills, and Log4j. That is certainly on a lot of people's minds these days, so great conversation there. After that, we have our Something Old segment. This is from the Predict 2022 event. This one features a great lineup of female executives talking about the future of security. It's not all doom and gloom. This features Nicole Dove from Warner Media, Caroline Wong from Cobalt, Vanessa Pegueros from OneLogin, Marnie Wilkin from Wayfair, and Patricia Titus from Markle Corporation. And they're going to, they're a panel of security and technology leaders, and they're going to be discussing so many different things related to cybersecurity in 2022, including what proactive and preventive measures can truly enhance an organization's security posture and what is overhyped. So that is definitely a discussion you don't want to miss. So please do check that one out. After that, I'm back with the news headlines for you, and then I have a conversation with Gadi Mazur, who is the CEO of BioCatch, and we discuss behavioral biometrics and how they are being used specifically to combat cyber fraud. So, especially in the financial services, with financial institutions and banks, the financial services sector in general is looking into behavioral biometrics, and he offers up some real-world examples of how it's actually being done, and it is really fascinating conversations. Do check that one out. After that, I've got the webinar's preview for you. Then we round things out today with The View with Vizard. In this one, Mike Vizard is speaking with Diamante CEO Chris Hickey and Naveen Seth, who is the Vice President of Engineering. And they're discussing the recent acquisition by Diamante of the Groundwork open source project, which they believe is going to help advance Kubernetes adoption. So it's a great conversation there. All right, that is today's lineup. It's a great one, folks. I hope you can stick around for it. We're going to get things kicked off right after these commercial messages. All right, welcome back, everybody. Kicking off today's Techstrong TV broadcast is a conversation between Alan and Eamon McErlin, who is the VP and Global Head of Accessibility over at ServiceNow. They are going to be talking about Eamon's new role as the VP and Global Head of Accessibility. And they are going to be discussing, in addition, ServiceNow's new cross-functional organization, which is the center of excellence for accessibility, how that has become a very important endeavor over at ServiceNow, and what they're going to be doing to promote accessibility. Great conversation. I love this idea. So let's go ahead and roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, welcome to another Techstrong TV segment. I have a first-time guest on here I want to introduce you to. His name is Eamon Makarian. I did it so good off camera and I messed it up. Eamon, say it right for me.
Eamon Makarian.
Eamon Makarian. Okay. Eamon, now that we've got your name, why don't you give people a little bit of your background, your current position, and kind of a little bit of who you are?
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Alan. I appreciate it. Eamon Makarian. As you can probably tell from the name, born and raised in Northern Ireland, just outside Belfast. Been working in the IT industry now for about 25 years, overall 26 years. Did 7 years at Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines, based in Miami. After which,
down my neck of the woods.
Down your neck of the woods, exactly.
Yeah.
Then ended up doing a startup with a couple of business partners, which lasted about 4 years. To supplement that startup, I did a lot of consulting work. And the last consulting gig I did was with Apple. And after 6 months, I ended up taking a full-time role at Apple. We moved over to the Bay Area. Did 7.5 years in Apple Retail, Apple Global Retail, under Ron Johnson and his team, which was phenomenal. And then about just over 4 years ago, got an opportunity to move up here to Portland, Oregon, to join Nike, to run Nike's quality, automation, analytics, and then that transitioned into deployments and support with Nike's phenomenal digital team. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, about middle of October, the end of October, I decided to move on to where I'm at now, which is VP and Global Head of Accessibility for ServiceNow. So currently I've been in this role. I think literally this is my 3-month anniversary. So
congratulations.
That's my history. Yep.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And look, I mean, you've been blessed. You've worked with some great companies, some great brands. I mean, Royal Caribbean, for those, I mean, I live down here in South Florida, right? There's a lot of cruise lines down here, but Royal Caribbean has, there's a certain quality to the Royal Caribbean brands that maybe, and I'm not bad-mouthing any other cruise lines, please don't yell at me, but there's quality and there's quality within the cruise industry. But then, I mean, obviously going out to a place like Apple, you want to talk about quality, and Nike, Nike was doing digital transformations before it was cool, right? And they've kind of led the way there too. Even I remember I was involved in the Techstars program.
Oh, really?
And there was a Nike Techstars kind of sub, Techstars just for Nike at one point, where it was helping to develop they were looking for companies that were developing apps for the Nike kind of technology. It was pretty cool stuff. But this role with ServiceNow is a little different, right? Around accessibility. I make a habit of trying to talk to people who have these up and coming new roles, especially at like an executive level, right? For instance, I have a friend, I've spoken to her a number of times. I think it's at Twilio, where she's like chief of like responsibility, right? Corporate responsibility, doing good for the world, right? Using the corporation's assets and roles. Let's talk about this accessibility role, Eamon. Right? What, in your mind, talking to people, what's really your job? What's your aim here?
Yep. I think my introduction to accessibility started at Nike, working with the retail stores. I had the good fortune of working with many companies or many departments within Nike, but ultimately we had an initiative going called a career experience, and that career experience enabled our retail store team members to come to WHQ, help us test, help us validate new features, get feedback with product owners. And we realized when we were doing that we hadn't brought in enough adaptive users or people with disabilities to validate that side of it. And when we went to the stores, honestly, Alan, to see the challenges that some of our team members at Apple faced with our applications, we jumped on that and said, listen, we need to do better here. We need to improve accessibility. And that was about 6-7 years ago. And I had limited knowledge of accessibility at that time, but it's something that really appealed to me. I think when you see it firsthand, the impact it can have to an end user, I think that empathy instantaneously is awoke. And from my perspective, I knew there was something that I wanted to go after. We go on about 2.5-3 years later, and my transition to Nike, and working with a few of the phenomenal team members that followed me, came with me from Apple to Nike. We realized pretty quickly that we need to address accessibility at Nike. I got phenomenal support from the Nike leadership team, especially from a lady called Holly Newton. And it was then that we started to build the team around quality and accessibility and automation, but we had a dedicated team towards accessibility. And that grew. We were able to hire a director and build that team up. And literally what happened about just over a year ago, I hit a certain age, let's say, without going into too many details. And I realized this is something I want to do. This is something I really want to dedicate myself towards.
I know about those ages.
Yes. And rather than doing something that, not that I have to do, but something work is work and we have to do it. But this is something I truly wanted to do going forward.
Gotcha.
And I was fortunate enough to go into ServiceNow, and the leadership team that I've met at ServiceNow and their passion for accessibility and how we want to drive it, which I can discuss, has been phenomenal. So it's just progressed smoothly and thankfully in a very intuitive and lucky fashion for myself, I would say.
Absolutely. So let me dig in here a little bit. Look, when you're in a retail environment, an Apple store, a Nike store, right? Accessibility is at a physical level, right? You've got to make sure your doors are wide enough that there might be rails or special seating or, all kind, and I mean, that's physical, but there's also hearing, issues, sometimes sight issues, communication issues. But in a retail environment, it's at a very physical human-to-human interface level, right?
Yeah.
Then there's another accessibility, and it's an accessibility that I've been aware of and I've dealt with on a very peripheral matter since, look, I was designing websites when Netscape was in beta, right? So going back to 95, 94, maybe 95, something like that. And, it was shortly after that, I think, was it the 508 accessibility for screens?
Right, yep.
Right, where you had to have, if people couldn't see images but it read the alt tag, or, certain navigational tools for hearing impaired, sight impaired, people who maybe couldn't control a keyboard or mouse or what have you. And to me, that was machine to person accessibility, right? You had to have good user design so that a person can interact with that machine, with that website. Different than physical, in-person kind of stuff. We think of ServiceNow as a digital company, right? You don't have ServiceNow stores in the mall. Nope. Not yet, anyway. So let's talk about what's the mission at ServiceNow, right? It's a different mission than the Nike store or the Apple store.
It is very much so. And it's important to make that distinguish distinguishment, because ultimately, you're right. When people think about accessibility, that's the first thing they think of. Can the wheelchair go through the front door? Do we have enough space? Are the restrooms accessible? But when you go on and start working with a platform company, and as broad as we are, the platform of platforms, it's a whole different world. And the way that we look at it is we need to be able to create the optimal consumer journey for every single user, independent of their disability. And we work through different companies, W3C, WCAG is the WCAG, consortium and conformance that we like to adhere to. But ultimately, it's all about working with the people with disabilities. They are the experts. They truly are. And when we start now going forward, we have a multi-tenant approach, meaning it's not just going in there and fixing issues. Going in there and fixing issues isn't going to get us to where we need to be. We have to be able to embed accessibility compliance as part of our software development lifecycle. Because if you don't do that, you're never going to end up getting to where we want to be. There's awareness factor. I'm sure you know about unconscious bias training, as an example, in the HR world. It's mandatory for every employee. We're pushing at ServiceNow to make accessibility training for everybody at ServiceNow, for every employee, so they understand the basic principles. How we communicate with our customers. We want to ensure that we're going to create a customer awareness board. So we really build that overall engagement. The wonderful thing about the accessibility community as a whole, it's the most sharing, giving community you ever want to work with. It's not like we're doing this, you can't, we're not sharing it. We put all the work into this, we're not giving it to you. It's the opposite. It's truly extremely collaborative community. But ultimately, everything that you mentioned, be it from visibility and being able to use screen readers, cognitive and the way the pages are laid out, even the color of the screens.
It's big.
It's everything that we do now going forward will have that accessibility mindset in mind. The one thing I will add sometimes is when you create something to ensure accessibility compliance, sometimes actually helps everybody because it can actually be an optimal flow for all users. So we never just like thinking, okay, we're just taking it for regular users and taking it for working it with people with disabilities. We want to look at it holistically.
I think that makes sense. And that was the lesson I learned, Eamon. For a long time, I've been an Apple user for a while. And I think Windows has it too. They have certain accessibility features that are not turned on by default. Yep. And for a long time, I would not even open that folder to see what they were. Because I said, thank God, I don't have any disabilities and I don't need them. And then one day, I probably by mistake, found myself in there. And some of the things in those accessibility options I found really helpful, right? I'm not ashamed to say it, and I've turned them on ever since, right? And because I like them. Easier on the eyes, easier on the ears sometimes. As you said, you get a little older. But so I think there is a lesson there, right? That a lot of accessibility options are actually mainstream as well. I want to talk about a different kind of disability, though, and get your opinion on that. So we have a lot of folks with physical disabilities, whether it's eyes, vision, hearing, cognitive. Then we have a lot of folks who, are on the spectrum, for instance, on the autism spectrum, or have some other mental kind of, I guess that's sort of cognitive. How does a service now, because these principles we're talking about get built into ServiceNow, but they also trickle and find their way into all the companies that are using ServiceNow at their organizations. So, it's not just confined to the however many tens of thousands of people ServiceNow has employed. It's all the customers of ServiceNow.
Excuse me, Alan, that's exactly why I took this role, because as phenomenal a company as Nike is, and the millions of users, satisfied customers Nike has. With ServiceNow, we'll be up to 17,000 employees in a short period of time, but all of our own customers and then their customers, is that exponential growth that we and that impact that we will have overall. So basically, from an accessibility standpoint, you have visual, auditory, speech, cognitive breakdowns, and from a cognitive perspective, you were looking at more of an understanding of how things flow, but making sure that we're not making it too busy as well. You don't want to have a list of 40 items for people to flip through. You want it to be, as we talked about before, as intuitive as possible from a user flow. The platform itself is extremely, comprehensive in regards to what it can do, but you can make it as complex, or you can make it as simple as you wish, depending on what you want to do and your persona, if you will. Like moving forward, I've always thought this crazy thought about computers and software and UI, UX. And even as it relates to, media and an ongoing basis, like right now, we're looking at the screen anywhere, everybody does between 6, 8, 10, 12 hours a day. And I've always thought in a crazy term, how can we make that screen time have a positive impact on people's lives holistically? And you don't want to make it like in a gamified way, but we should be able to make it, and we're smart enough to make it in a way that somehow helps people in a little bit every day. We know that, again, we know the negative impact it can have. Having that much screen time, it could be as simple as like, then, you need to walk away right now, you need to take a break, or, I'm going to play your favorite song where you meditate for 3 minutes, or it could be anything. But unless we do that soon, I think we are going down a bad road as it relates to a constant screen time and not that personal time. I think that ties into the cognitive area as well. I really do. And it's something I think we need to address sooner than later.
I'll tell you my thoughts on that one, Eamon. Who does it affect most? It's the opposite ends of our population. It's the young people, right? You got to pry their screens out of their cold, dead, stiff fingers, right? They don't put those phones down. I had my boys home from college. We went out to dinner, and it's like, hey, man, you're home for the weekend with your parents. We're out to dinner. Put your phone away and be present. Be present. Be here, right? So there's definitely a problem there. But I'm involved in another organization that's looking at, technology and seniors, right? You start getting, a lot of people with dementia or memory issues or what have you, and they can get kind of sucked into that screen. And it could just as easily be watching movies as it is reading things online or playing games. And the beauty of it is there's actually good things you could do to help improve memory, right, with computer programs and stuff. Mm-hmm. But, doing that versus just kind of mindlessness, it affects them. So it affects the older and the young more than those people kind of in the middle. And those are two kind of, at-risk populations, if you will.
Completely agree. And I think, unfortunately, social media always isn't thought upon in the most positive light, let's say. But I think we, as a culture, have an opportunity to address that. I think we need to address that, Sid. I really do, because I've got, college-age kids myself, and I know what it's like when it's just that constant, I won't say addiction, but pretty close to addiction to the screen time. We have to address that. But the more like COVID's a perfect example, when we're not physically getting together anymore, and we're doing X amount of hours on Zoom and the screen a day, I think it becomes more and more relevant. But
I'll tell you something on that, Eamon, though.
Yep.
So here, and this is my own theory. I might be crazy.
I think what's gone on with COVID and the amount of time we've spent on Zooms and stuff like this has taught a lot of people a lesson that this is not the equivalent of sitting down and having a beer with someone or drinking a coffee or just sitting and talking in person eye to eye, right? This is good if that's all you got. But everyone I talk to is dying to get back out to conferences in person, to interact with real people and see, do they have legs beneath that screen, right? And, real interactions. At the beginning of COVID, everyone was, oh, thank God for Zoom, right? Look at Zoom stock. It was through the roof, right? And thank God for this whole virtual world and the metaverse and whatever else we're calling it. But I think people are fatigued from it, and they've learned that this is a poor substitute for real life.
For real in person.
It's just not the same, Alan. It's not. It's truly not the same. And what concerns me is there's a certain age group, back to the age group, there's a certain age group that when I hear, our sons or other kids talking about my friends, I'm hanging out with my friends all the time. Well, they're not actually physically hanging out with their friends.
No, they're not.
They're hanging out with their friends here.
Or whatever, yeah.
And it's like, well, what's, and unfortunately, a certain age group, the longer this goes on, it's a skill set too, being able to, socialize in an environment with physical people. If people do have concerns about that or anxious about that, the longer this goes on, the worse that gets overall as well, that anxiety. So to me, I've always been a people person. I always love physically meeting people and sitting and looking at them and being there. So I think there's health impacts across the board. And I think, to your point, there's multiple ways we can address it. I just think we shouldn't ignore it. Is the biggest thing.
Agreed.
Anyway, hey, Eamon, we're probably way over time. I wasn't paying attention. But for people who want to, find out more about what ServiceNow is doing around accessibility and stuff like that, is there a place on their website that they can get information?
We, under servicenow.com, we should have an area for accessibility. If we don't, please, through this communication here, I can forward all my contact information, but at Eamon.
So we'll try to put it in the notes, but that would
please.
be great, man.
And Eamon, look, this really good work. As you said, you get to a certain point in life, and just getting up to go to a job every day, I mean, if you have to, you have to, but you die young. Doing something you're passionate about that you think makes a difference in the world, it's not work at all. It's following your passion. So I'm happy to see you be able to follow your passion, man. It's a great thing.
Listen, Alan, I really appreciate it. And the last thing about sharing my information, please do, because the one thing I've learned about this role is you have to be humble. You have to understand we don't have all the answers. Our users with disabilities are the experts themselves, and we have to listen to them more than anybody else. So any advice, feedback, lessons learned, lessons sharing, we are always willing to take as much advice and feedback as possible. So I'll throw that out there. And Alan, listen, thanks for the visibility. We're trying to do the right thing here.
We appreciate it.
Collaborations like this help. We really do. We really appreciate it.
Good, man.
Eamon, best of luck. Come back and keep us posted.
I will indeed.
We're going to take a break here on.
Thank you, my friend. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong TV. We're going to be right back with another guest shortly.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, we're back. Next up, Alan is speaking with Chris Eng, who's the Chief Research Officer at Varicode. Varicode recently released its State of Software Security 12 report. And so Chris and Alan talk about what's in the report and what its implications are for the market in general. It's a great conversation and a lot of takeaways from this report, so you definitely want to check it out. Let's roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, welcome to another Techstrong TV segment. I'm really happy to be joined by my friend Chris Eng of Varicode. You know, Chris has been coming on here for as long as we're doing Techstrong TV, but I've actually been interviewing Chris about the State of Security report that Varicode does. I don't know, 10 years, maybe more. I don't even remember.
You might be one of the longest standing coverage of everybody I talk to. You know,
absolutely. It goes back. I know to probably when I was doing InfoWorld stuff, right?
Oh, yeah, and sure.
Even before Bloggers Network. Anyway, Chris Eng, it's good to have you on. I hope all is well. How are you, man?
I'm good. It's good to be here. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. And for those who in our audience aren't familiar, Chris, well, is it VP Research now?
Yeah, I'm the Chief Research Officer here at Varicode.
Chief Research Officer. Yeah. That's grown over the years too, right?
It's hard to keep track of, but yeah, the team's been growing, and we handle everything from applied research to product security to incubating new products now. So a lot of stuff going on.
Very cool stuff as well. And for those who don't know, Chris is a very modest guy. He's not going to tell you, but he's really one of the sharpest guys in our industry, and it was a pleasure to talk with. Chris, let's give, I kind of mentioned already, we're talking about the state of security, but let's give the folks a little background on the report, right? This isn't your first time through this.
This is not. This is the 12th year that we've been doing it, and actually probably like the 14th or 15th report, although it is called number 12. We've done a few little interim ones in the middle to kind of focus on different areas. But yeah, this is something that we are uniquely positioned to do as a cloud provider because Varicode customers scan their software through our platform in the cloud. We have insights into what they're doing, how often they're scanning, what they're finding, how quickly they're fixing things, and we can report on those things over time. So unlike some of the reports that you might read that are survey based, they're asking people like, hey, what are you doing? What do you plan to do? These are actually, there's no hiding from the truth on these. Like, this is what you're actually doing, what we're actually finding, and how things are getting better or worse over time. So we can slice the data however we want. And we like to put that out in the public every year at least. And the data set has just grown and grown and grown over time. This time we're talking about 500,000 applications. The first time we did this, we were talking about 1,000 applications. So it's come a long way. So it's real data.
It really has. It is real data.
And that is, look, we have Techstrong Research here as part of the team, and they do a fair amount of surveys and everything. And a lot of the reports we see out here are based on surveys. And the problem with surveys with me is a lot of times it's like Facebook, right? On Facebook, everyone's life is either wonderful, like, oh my God, I wish my life was that easy, right? Yeah. Or you get the other half, not the other half, but the other subset of people who are just always, woe is me. This terrible thing happened to me. This one died, that one's sick, the dog and cat are this, And there's no in between of just real life, right? It's either that or that's polar. And it's the same thing with surveys. People, are they really going to tell you where their warts are?
Right. Even if it's anonymized.
Even if it's anonymized, no one wants to put on paper or click a radio button that says, we're severely,
insecure here or something.
Yeah. Or like, I plan to do these things in the coming year, and everybody has great plans, but then, things change. So
exactly,
it's nice because, and those do tell you a lot. They tell you about intention, and they tell you all, different, but it's just a different perspective, right? To see what's actually happening. So
it's great
we
stuff.
like that we can do that. And I think we're probably by far the biggest data set out there for software security anywhere. So we like to take advantage of that. And ask some different questions each time and try and see if we can find some nuggets of interest in there each time to share.
Absolutely. All right, so let's dig into this year's report. Well, you mentioned it was a huge data set in terms of the amount of applications, right?
Yeah.
But let's dig in a little bit more.
500,000 applications over their entire lifetime of scanning with Varicode. So if it was active in the platform last year, 2021, we looked back at its entire history, going back to, sometimes, 2016, 2015 and before, because customers have been scanning these same applications as they've evolved over time. This is a different approach than we've taken in previous reports, where we just took a slice. We took a window of let's say 12 months. And we said, show us everything that's happened in that window and kind of forget everything that's happened before. And so this has given us some kind of longer term trending of some of the items that we covered. So I'll tell you what some of those are. One of the things I think was the most interesting, especially as we've seen the focus on open source recently, Log4j and everything else surrounding software bill of materials and the open source ecosystem, is the amount of time that it's taking organizations to patch their vulnerable open source is dropping dramatically. It's getting a lot faster. Now, it's still not fast by any stretch, but I'll give you a couple data points. In 2017, it took about 3 years for an organization to fix half of their known open source vulnerabilities. So half just to get to the halfway point. And it's a long tail after that. But today, or in 2021 at least, it's taken organizations just over a year to get to that same halfway point. And that is, that's a 3x improvement. We shaved 2 years off that median time. And clearly, there's a long way to go, right? If you look at what Log4j response time had to be last month, or actually in December, there's no waiting a year for those things, right? You had to do those. People were working over the weekend to get that done in a couple of days, or and the long tail was a couple of weeks. So there's a long way to go, but that's a dramatic improvement, and I think that really speaks to the increased visibility that we're seeing on open source security these days. So that was a good one.
Yeah, I have two kind of points I'd like to discuss with you on that, Chris. The first one is why, but let's hold it off for a second. I think the Log4j, the whole Log4 thing, is a great example of why sometimes just looking at the average isn't really a good indicator or a good metric to follow, right? Because when you do get a critical, super critical, whatever you want to call, 3-alarm blaze like Log4 was, that time frame is compressed, as you mentioned, drastically. I think when we look at something like, we went from 3 years to a year, that includes probably a lot of just not as critical vulnerabilities, not as mission critical, not as, and so I'd love to see slices of that based upon severity, right? And I bet you we've probably made even more progress.
Yeah, and that's partly why we like to talk about the median to get to that 50% point, because we know there's a lot after that point that's not going to get fixed, maybe ever. And we like to show it in the form of a curve. So you can imagine sort of the asymptotic long tail, but something that starts with kind of this steeper drop off that shows that, in the first, let's say the first few months, you cut a lot bigger chunk of that vulnerable population, and then it kind of flattens out after that. And so there's some charts in the report to show what that looks like, not just for open source, but for first party vulnerabilities, so static and dynamic. And open source is actually the slowest of the bunch. Probably because it's a little bit newer of a problem to some development teams, I think. But there's good progress in every area. But yeah, you're right. Averages are always difficult to extract the real truth from, but we do what we can.
What do you attribute the improvement though Still 3x improvement is nothing to sneeze at. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think, and this is interesting because in our previous report, we tried to isolate the different factors that actually affected fix time. So we said, well, look at all the organizations that are doing that have a faster, that are scanning more frequently versus less frequency, right? Like one standard deviation above versus one standard deviation below. How does this group's fix times look compared to this other group's fix time? And we did that for like a dozen different factors, just isolating them like that and comparing. And we actually found that organizations that scan more frequently and more regularly, so like let's say every week instead of a bunch of times at the end of the month, both of those factors actually correlated with faster fix times. And so more frequent scanning is another trend that we have seen over the years. I mean, the average application is scanned 20 times more often today than it was 10 years ago. Like I think in static, 3 times a week or more is the norm. Like I think 90% of applications or more are being scanned like 3 times a week, which would have been unheard of in 2010 or even 2015. So you look at that scan frequency and regularity going up, and you cross-reference that with the previous finding that we had last year that showed that scan frequency improves fix time, and you can see why it makes sense why we're seeing the things that we are. And there are, of course, other factors, right? There are cultural factors. There are probably some process and technology factors also. But and I think the reason that affects the fix time is because it's just in your face more often. You see it, like you're scanning 3 times a week, maybe every day. That Jira ticket is getting refreshed every time. It's there. There's just a little bit more visibility than there may have been in the past.
But here's another thing that I'd like to bring up and get your opinion on. Scanning, that's fantastic, by the way, frequency of scanning. I mean, going back to my vulnerability scanning days in 2005 when we couldn't talk people into scanning once a year. But, scanning gets done by the security team, or in many times it's automated but set up by the security team. Fixing the vulnerabilities, though, especially AppSec vulnerabilities, a lot of times is getting done by developers.
Oh, always being done by developers.
Right.
But the thing is, that's shifted too, though.
Yes, that's the point is, hey, we're now at a place, not only are we scanning more frequently, but the results of those scans, maybe it's because of tools like Jira or whatever, but the results of those scans are getting to the developers who are responsible for the fixes. And that might be a bigger story than the frequency of scanning, quite frankly, that we have the developers fixing 3x more.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all tied together. I mean, why are they able to scan more frequently? Well, it's because the tooling is better. It's because the APIs are better. It's that there are integrations being built for GitLab and Jenkins and like whatever CI/CD do. I mean, you're following DevOps way more closely than I have. I mean, you see all that happening. All the tools are building integrations, and so if it's happening in the pipeline, that's way better than if it's happening kind of out of the process, and then a security person is coming with a PDF and handing it to you, right? So everything is being moved. Everything's being moved into the pipeline, and as early as possible. Sometimes as far left as in the developer's IDE, and then that actually ties in really well with the other finding that I wanted to make sure we covered, which was the tie into security training, which happens before anybody even writes, a line of code or can. It kind of influence, your thinking. And we looked at companies that are using our latest security training product versus those that are not, and found that the ones that are using it fix 35% faster. And so again, thinking about that half-life, how long does it take you to fix half of your known flaws? It's 110 days versus 170. And the reason I think that is because this is not normal training. This is not the slideware that you are accustomed to clicking through and reading about, the OWASP top 10 and, just reading some words on a slide. these are live environments that as you're a student, you start up a lab on SQL injection. Well, an AWS instance gets spun up with a vulnerable application on it. We have some steps that walk you through it, and you're running on a live server and able to practice exploiting those things, understanding what the code looks like when it's vulnerable, fixing it, proving to yourself that you have fixed it, looking at the logs, messing around with whatever you want, right? There's no guardrails other than the fact that you can't touch other thing in the AWS account, but there's no guardrails on the server. So you're learning by doing, and you're learning by experimenting. And I think it has, I just think it's a better way to learn. It's more interactive.
So let's talk about, this is a Varicode training product.
Yeah, it is. Actually, it's something that we acquired a few years ago and then have continued to build lessons on because we just thought the approach was so great. And it's just so differentiated from what else was out there. I mean, you have some lab style training products out there, but they're simulations. It's like it's as if you're interacting with a product, but if you try to do like a command that it wasn't ready for, it'll just not recognize it. So, so we've been doing this. We've had this rolled out now for a few years, and the momentum was good enough that we were able to get a good, solid amount of data from it, and just kind of see what's that correlation of fix time. And it could be,
People who are interested in that training, Chris, what's it called? Where do they go?
Yeah, it's called Varicode Security Labs. And so it's on Varicode.com, like everything else. And there's actually, I think even, I don't want to lie here, but I think there's still like a sort of a free trial thing for developers where you can just try out for a couple of weeks and see if you like it. But it's a very cool way to learn, I think. And I think that the impact is even probably better than 35% because what we've looked at there was organizations that are using it versus not. So that could be like one developer out of 1,000 using it, right? Versus, it'd be great to look at what is the impact on an individual developer, individual team. But unfortunately, we don't have that granularity. We don't know who's writing what.
Look at the org level.
Yeah,
but you know what?
Yeah. It proves something, Chris, that I've always believed, which is, hey, it's great to make better tools. It's great to automate more. But at the end of the day, if you don't get buy-in at the people level, whether it's the security team, the developer team, the DevOps team, the test team, the biz team, the exec team, if you don't get buy-in at the people level, we can't fix this with tools, smart tools, and automation alone.
Right.
Yeah, it's the buy-in, but it's also the habit forming, and that's right. You can buy into, I can say, oh, that sounds like a great idea, and then like nobody does anything for a year. But if you say that sounds like a great idea, and I'm going to incorporate it into my tooling, and now everyone's going to have to see it every week and report on it. Now you're forming a habit. Now you're like psychologically, it's just becoming part of the way that you do work. And I think that all of those things are contributing here. So. There's a lot of vulnerabilities still out there, but it's nice to be able to kind of come back and show that some trends are going in the right direction.
Absolutely. What else from the report? I have another question on open source, but I know you got a lot to cover.
No, go ahead.
You got?
Okay, I'll give you one more. I'll give you one more.
Go ahead.
And this is because I think you'll like this one, especially with how much you've paid attention to development over the past few years and the rise of microservices and the changing architecture of software. And between 2018 and 2021, we noticed that there was a drop in. So if we looked at applications that were uploaded to us that contained multiple languages in the same kind of tarball or zip file, whatever was uploaded to us, it was 20% in 2018. It is 5% today. And we think, and one of the theories there was that, applications are getting smaller and more simplified because of this architectural move to microservices. And we overlaid the Google trend, Google search trend for the word microservices over our data set showing the percentage of applications with multiple languages. And you can kind of see the curve go like that, and they kind of overlap each other. Probably other reasons too, but I thought that was one that you would find interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've seen numerous surveys, new applications. I mean, there's little doubt, that 75% or more of greenfield applications are utilizing like Kubernetes microservices, that type of architecture.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a lot more old applications than there are greenfield applications.
Yes.
And how many of those are being converted or updated to, or, just still functioning the way they were, right? And that, of course, is
plenty of the monolithic ones that are never being rewritten. But the number of apps that are being, I think, just developed from, I think there are a lot of greenfield, right? The number of apps that we're seeing in the system has just tripled over the past.
I think the reason, Chris, is people look, and I've spoken to CeeLo. We launched this new site, Digital CXO. It aims, at digital CXOs of all things. And here's an interesting thing. Clearly, a lot of organizations, rather than updating that monolithic app or converting it to microservices, say, the heck with that. They'll just go start from scratch, make it clean, nice, and then when the time comes, they switch it over, right? And they, that's it.
Sometimes easier. Yeah.
That update path.
If you have the luxury, right. I mean, if you can do that, I mean, I could see doing that on like a 5-year-old product or even a 10-year-old. I mean, the older it gets, the harder it is, right? Because, if you've got like a 20-year-old app, well, what's happened over the years, things have broken, and then people like put little patches in there to handle these edge cases.
It's a mishmash. But
nothing's documented.
For instance,
we're doing a dinner down here in Miami, a digital CXO event, and we've got some folks from the gaming industry, right? So, the gaming, the Caesars and the MGMs and these people for years have had apps, right? Whether you're a high roller or you're, whatever. And, with the advent of online gaming, they could have built that onto the existing.
Yeah.
No, they said, we're done with this. They started fresh with a modern architecture, and that's what allows them to scale and handle billions of dollars in bets and everything,
and update quicker and add new games, add new features, whatever the case is. Yeah, without being tied down to the whole
program better.
Yeah.
So and that's one example, but you could go industry by industry with this stuff. That's part of the digital, it's such an overused word, but part of that digital transformation is, hey, I'm not going to try to take your father's Ford and make it an electric, F-150 Lightning. I'm just going to build a whole new platform for the electric Lightning. And you can keep your old gas-powered Lightning until it dies, right?
Yeah.
But you want the electric one, and that's the deal. But it's interesting. Hey, we're way over time as usual. Whenever I talk to you, I apologize.
Always happens.
For people who want to really dig into the survey, I mean, and guys and gals out here, this is a great survey. It's one of the best surveys in security if you really want to dig in and get at the data. Chris, where can they go?
Yeah, so it's on our website, Varicode.com/SOSS, which stands for State of Software Security. So the PDF is there. There's also an interactive that you can kind of play with different languages and flaw types that have appeared over time, and there's different artifacts there. But yeah, it's a good read. We try to shorten the report every time. It's still 40 pages, but there's a lot of pictures, so hopefully that makes up for it.
People like pictures.
Yeah.
Chris Yang, it's great seeing you, man. I hope to see you in June at RSA, if not before.
Me too.
Yeah, keep our fingers crossed. Yeah. All right. Good work, man, and thanks very much.
You bet. Good seeing you. Bye-bye.
Chris Yang,
Chief Research Officer at Varicode on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break, and we've got another guest coming up.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
All right, we're back. Next up, we've got the Haunted Hacker podcast. This is the second part of a two-part conversation that Mike Jones, the host, has with Mike Curnow, who is the CEO of Defiant Networks, and they talk about a range of topics from cybersecurity in 2022 to self-driving cars and so much more. Log4j is also part of that conversation. When is it not part of the conversation in security ranks these days? Anyway, let's go ahead and roll it now. It's a great conversation.
Yeah, I was really amazed to see that a malicious APK could sit on an AWS server and people access it for months on end without anybody stepping in, which is shocking, right? I know from other experiences, you do that on an ISP and they're more than likely to shut you down. But with AWS, I was really shocked. I was like, wow, they're really going to let this individual host this APK on that server for months and get reverse shells, but nobody's going to stop him. It's really weird. So 2022 brings a lot of guesses on what's going to happen. There's a lot of potentially, earth-changing decisions being made just right now. What do you think 2022 brings to the table for cybersecurity?
I think critical infrastructure agencies, so like your power, water, transportation. I've seen just a big scramble to, fix as much stuff and plug all the holes in the sinking boats as they can. I say sinking boats just as a metaphor because that's why you would plug the holes. Not that they're sinking, but yet I think there's going to be at least in the industry, in the market, there's going to be a lot of people capitalizing on this kind of scramble to plug everything up. You might get a lot of people that are maybe not so good trying to get work doing that, and it might be a mediocre job that they do. But I think generally speaking, you'll see a scramble to fix everything. You'll have these pervasive RCEs attacks. I kind of feel like every few years we get one, like whether it's Eternal Blue or Log4j. Just these, like, only time can tell when these RCE things can come up, and people might use them as a backdoor for stuff. I think now that the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act has gotten, that bill got passed, and so now it's like law or whatever the term is. I think it's law or whatever, but there's going to be a lot of effort towards that. And that bill has a few good things in it, a lot of crap in it, and they have some really scary stuff in it regarding automotive monitoring, which scares the crap out of me.
Right.
So I think you're going to see a lot of, I can talk a little bit more about the automotive stuff because that's something I've given a lot of thought about. So, okay, I'm kind of getting into a tangent here. So, okay, so to boil it down, you'll see a scramble of infrastructure agencies trying to plug as many holes as they can, putting out RFPs for, cybersecurity or having more cybersecurity in their RFPs and whatnot. And then that's the optimism in me coming out. I think if you have good people in the seat of, security officer, you'll probably end up having that. I think there's going to be a lot more concentration too on trying a lot of, vendors and manufacturers will have to meet certain things put out in this infrastructure bill, right? So I think 2022 is really just going to be a lot of work. And I think There is, I think Log4j will probably be something leveraged for the for the long run of 2022, just because of its pervasiveness and how some entities can't just, Thanos snap it away, right? It's going to be there for a while. I would say that's really it for now.
Let's dive off into the automated car and the connected car situation. I know that's one of your hot topics.
Yes, it is. I see your time. All right. Cool. Yeah, I was just going to say, if we can do that really quick, that'd be awesome. Just got to take a quick pit stop.
No.
Right.
Automated cars. Let's dive there.
Yeah. So before I get into my, old man with a tinfoil hat on yelling at the clouds and stuff here, I think, have you seen, I think I know the answer, but have you seen, watched that series, Black Mirror?
Yes, absolutely.
So, okay, perfect. Do you remember the episode, Hated in the Nation? It had to do with the bees, the robot bees.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay. So, I talked about this at a conference, at a B-Sides conference, like 3 years ago. And I did a recent cybersecurity lunch and learn where I also talked about it. It's like I think it was called When IoT Becomes Nightmare. And just, talking about that is to try and draw a mirror with how we're going with IoT. IoT and the hyper connectivity of everything from, IoT and IT, OT convergence, which I talked to Rob Lee, I think, a year ago or so. And he just called it hyper connectivity, which I agree with, it's a good general encompassing term. But anyways, so for those that don't know, in this particular episode of Black Mirror, I think it was like the longest episode they had at that point, in as far as the show in general is concerned. Maybe another season after it had a longer episode, but that was like the longest episode at that point. And so the story there, it's in, the near future, right? Where automated cars are about to be a thing that, so probably maybe like, I don't know, 10, 20 years, whatever, let's just say to be safe, within 20 years. And the entire UK, their population of bees just went virtually extinct. It was like colony collapse disorder, and they had no idea why it happened. So there was a private tech firm that was funded by government subsidy to create autonomous robot bees that would go around and fulfill the same function and, not sting people, which is cool. I think for that reason alone, I might be amenable to that solution. So I've been stung a lot by, well, really more so wasp. I've been stung by a bee once. Anyways, not important. But in this episode, the private company that had the government subsidies to build the ADIs, the autonomous drone insects, the government had required that they implement a backdoor for their federal glow boys to be able to do mass surveillance on people and stuff. These bees had like a tiny visual sensor, but they had a lot of, there was a lot of data gathered, just shit ton of metadata. I mean, I feel like that kind of comes par with the course. It was these Vs are pervasive. They encompass the entire UK. Like, why not just do mass surveillance,
Exactly.
And so in that episode, there was some social media game where you put a hashtag and the person that you want dead. And if enough people, hashtag called out someone, they would just die publicly, either very publicly or it would be made public soon after. Anyways, the idea here being, I get scared when I see solutions proposed that are extremely pervasive and they affect things that we cannot just snap our fingers and do without, like motor vehicles and connected vehicles.
Right.
I don't know, for the past 30 something years, the amount of time I've been alive, so somewhere over 30 years here, cars have been getting, becoming increasingly autonomous, right? Like the framework for making the self-driving car has just been growing and growing. It was drive-by wire is now, it's now, electronic, handled by ECUs. Your accelerator, it accelerates, decelerates, brakes based on electrical input and the pressure that you put on the pedals, right? Then you have that with steering. Then you have that with everything else that used to be more of a physical, mechanical thing is now a lot more electronical, controlling the mechanical.
Yep.
So over time, like new cars now have like a metric fuck ton of ECUs or engine control units. The computers that are running these small operating systems to do a very specific thing for a very specific area of the vehicle. So whenever I see acts like this, I'm citing specifically the infrastructure investments and jobs bill that was passed. There is a lot of pages in here. I've only read a few of them. Section 24220, Advanced Impaired Driving Technology. And what in here, Section A, they just say findings, a lot of people die in drunk driving, which is true. And it causes a lot of damage, loss of life. On its face, this idea seems like a good one, right? But in the definitions, Section B, subsection B of Section 24220, their definitions in the section is, I'm going to read it verbatim here. So, advanced drunk and impaired driving prevention technology. The term advanced drunk and impaired driving prevention technology means a system that can passively monitor the performance of a driver of a motor vehicle to accurately identify whether that driver may be impaired and prevent or limit motor vehicle operation if an impairment is detected. And then additionally, passively and accurately detect whether the blood alcohol concentration of a driver of motor vehicles equal to or greater than the blood alcohol concentration described in Section 163A of Title 23 U.S. Code, blah, 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 and prevent or limit motor vehicle operation if a blood alcohol concentration above the legal limit is detected, or in combination.
So how are they going to do this? Because that sounds very fucking invasive.
Yes. And so I don't think it's going to be so much as, like now, right? If I have, like 8 more of these and I go go treat I-95 as like a racetrack. I get into a lot of trouble for that, right? And under the circumstances, I may or may not have to have a breathalyzer in the car to prove to the man that I'm going to drive, right? And but I don't think it's going to be anything like that. I think it is going to be more of monitoring. So like I think some cars, I want to say Tesla, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Teslas have a visual sensor that can be like, oh, you look tired or sleepy or something, right? And it could just be like, no, I'm looking at that accident that I just tried to avoid.
Right.
And they're very nuanced things.
To me, it sounds like more of a not minority report, but more of the machines are going to actually be involved in monitoring, maintaining, and even conducting everyday routines for us, like the embedded machine that determines if you can or can't drive. Like, I don't think that should be a machine decision. I think that should be a human decision, not a machine.
Yeah. Oh, I just turned my Xbox on. It wants me to play it. It's calling to me now. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, the way I see it, right, is that there's going to have to eventually be some kind of baseline gathering, right? Like even right now you have like these car insurance companies that have dongles you can put in your OBD2 port. Right. And it just powers the damn thing so it can track your GPS and speed and all that kind of stuff and make sure that you're a safe driver and a good boy to get, decreases on your insurance premiums and all that shit. Which, by the way, some of those have actually been very exploitable. Different story, but I think the progressive one was really bad at one point because I've done tests on different OBD2 dongles, and a lot of those have a lot of work to be done. But yeah, gathering a baseline of your normal driving habits. And when you start going outside of that, then it starts, kind of throwing up red flags. And it's like, well, what if I'm just on a bad road? Like, what if I'm driving on a bad road? Or what if there's, hopefully you would assume they would correlate that with data from GPS, like Google or Waze or whatever. Right. The same way that they correlate all the GPS locations to tell when traffic is slow and stuff like that. However, I don't see this as the language is also extremely vague as well. So this can mean almost anything.
You can stuff a lot of stuff into it. If it's vague, the government can also push other, agendas into that bill.
One of the things, so yeah, that kind of machine-driven decision of whether or not you're like impaired or like too tired or something. It's not always going to be the case. I don't really see any room for nuance here. And at the same time, they also have this provision in here: prevent or limit motor vehicle operation if an impairment is detected. And that also kind of scares me because, like what if you've got a visual sensor in the car? I'm drinking one of these, and then it thinks I'm drinking one of these, and it's like, stop the car. And I'm doing like 70 miles an hour on the interstate. Yeah. And I just stop and I get slammed. Like, that's not going to work out too well. And another thing too is that the OEMs are likely to not have, at least in my experience of looking at how OEMs do stuff, not have a central standard or way of doing this.
Right.
So different manufacturers are going to do different things. I think even like right now, there's like a OEM that with their newest model of vehicle, you have to actually pay to do an auto start with your key fob. Like, really? What the fuck is that? Yeah. Louis Rossman. If you go on YouTube, Louis Rossman had talked about this. He's a huge right to repair guy. And often right to repair is fought against by the big tech companies. It's like, but what about security? But yeah, it's like if you buy something, you should own it and not have it own you, right?
Right.
I do. So I see this as a potential, Black Mirror, hated in the nation, B kind of situation. Where you have these some people have called it a kill switch. Maybe it's just like a limp mode where it just detects where the nearest shoulder is and stops you there. I don't know, but I think the very fact that you're introducing that into connected vehicles where, everyone and their families are going to be riding in, I think you're going to have a lot of people hurt because of ineffective ways these things are done.
Or even malfunctioning. Think about the malfunctioning portion of it. We all know computers can go haywire, cars can go haywire. Imagine that type of functionality in a vehicle with a family. And let's say somebody yawns and it doesn't get the calibration right, and it shuts down the car because somebody's yawning. But it's not a gradual, let's find a shoulder, let's stop it right here. You know, I can totally see where that's going.
It's like, stop the car. We got to yawn.
But even so,
the wrong person.
Oh yeah. But even so, like take that same example. And let's say it's legit, right? You have this type of control mechanism in the car for maybe impaired drivers, right? But here's the point is if something remote can access that module and tell that machine, stop here because this is happening, what keeps that car from letting me do it? And I'm not the actual controller. You know, we saw that with the entertainment systems and the onboard entertainment for some vehicles like Jeep, and they were able to drive the Jeep off the road just connecting to its onboard devices.
The 2014 Jeep hack, yeah. The company that I used to work for, Block Harbor Cybersecurity, that was like their point of conception of that company was that incident.
Yeah.
That was a scary thing. Like I said before, some older vehicles didn't properly segment areas of the CAN bus network.
Yep.
So you can get in through a dongle. Could be an insurance dongle. It could be some kind of diagnostic tool. It could be just an insecure application in the IVI, the in-vehicle infotainment center. That was a scary thing. And luckily, I won't say luckily, like fortunately, manufacturers have fixed a lot of this in their newer vehicles. But it's still not perfect because it sounds like they're re-implementing it as well, right? So they already had that type of system, but with this new legislature, they're going to put more in. Yeah, and I feel like the same way that in the Black Mirror episode, the government had alternative interests. They were like, yeah, pollinate the plants and shit, but also watch the people.
Yep.
I think a lot of it'll be passive, but just think about how dissidents will be treated. Think about the journalists right now that get raided because of some innocuous thing or some kind of political dissent. Something that just gets some kind of like ham-fisted response by the Glow Boys.
Yep.
It's like, we know this person drives this vehicle. And vehicle tracking, even it's not even like super advanced right now. I mean, besides if you have access to GPS and all that, sure. But if there was something I was looking at, are you familiar with the Weigel.net, the Weigel project, the war driving app?
Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of connected vehicles have their own IP addresses and stuff, like their own network names. I could be driving on the interstate or just through town here, and I can be running the war driving app, and I can see the network name for a vehicle that's right next to me. I can just log it, and then if enough people are running Weigel in the same area, we're driving around me, just for example, I can figure out where you live, where you work, where you shop, everything, and that's community driven. Now think about the stuff you want to put in here. For me, the data inputs are probably going to be a visual sensor. It's going to be your GPS. It's going to be gathering the data on, how many turns you take can also be indicative of what you're doing, where you're going, right? Like all these things. Maybe even sensors in the seat that go, normally he sits like this, but now he's sitting like this, right. Like that. Why would that stuff not be, appetizing to powers that be? And in the Black Mirror case, if you have back doors to stop or affect a vehicle, Black Mirror, that was Hated the Nation. That was an insider attack by someone who used to work at the company.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he found a way to persist in that network, and he stayed there for a long time, hurting people.
I freaked out when they first got OnStar. That to me was shocking, because you look in your rearview mirror and you can see the remnant, or just a slight circle behind the mirrored glass, which was a camera, and there was microphones all over the vehicle. And come to find out, they weren't activating the OnStar network or the emergency features just when there was an emergency. I mean, there were straight up people who were getting arrested and getting in trouble for working for OnStar and accessing these cameras just randomly. So if they have the capability of doing that, who else has that capability with more nefarious mindset than just looking into a vehicle? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, the way I see it, any of these pervasive safety or security measures that are just going to be everywhere, like Amazon Ring sidewalk program, where if you have an Amazon Ring and a camera, you can link to other cameras. Okay, well, now you have network devices that can see other, like the SSIDs, and see my Wi-Fi, see all the other shit that I'm running, right? Because I'm using, some things are wireless, some things are Ethernet connected. But that day it's all metadata that can be tracked and harvested. But then the more insidious layer is when you have measures like this that give organizations, but give someone the power to stop a vehicle on the road when you don't know what that situation. And like, what if I'm doing a bunch of off-roading, or do I have to go to the DMV and say, hey, deactivate my bullshit tracking for like 5 hours or something? I don't know.
Reminds me of banking. And, if you make a transaction that you don't normally make and they shut your shit down, I can't count how many times that's happened when I was doing something legitimate. And they're like, I would call Wells Fargo back when I was with Wells Fargo and say, wait a minute, dude, I'm just in the line for Jack in the Box. I mean, why the fuck did you shut down my card? Well, sir, you don't normally make that purchase at this time. And I'm like, bro, so I have to tell you which restaurant I'm gonna eat at? Like, that's bullshit. But same thing with car.
We saw you yawning. It's like, yeah, I was on the way to get fucking coffee.
Right.
It's like, I'm in the Starbucks line right now getting a grande frappadappa thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Venti words.
But it's all about the prediction of human behavior, and the government and other agencies want to be able to predict what you're going to do. And I think a lot of this, technology for security, or we want to keep you safe in this area, started really increasing after 9/11. Like a lot of things were taken from us because of security. Well, we need to monitor these transactions. We need to do this for you to ensure that, you're not going to be affected in a negative way. But slowly that became, we want to be able to have that access just because we want to know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah. The Patriot Act, quite patriotic,
Tell on your neighbor.
Yeah. It's like, they named these acts like really nice sounding names, like the Patriot Act. I think a couple of years back, Bill Barr, who I forgot his exact position, but under the last administration, he had either proposed or was a huge proponent of this thing called the CARES Act, which was basically a way to force backdoors into encryption.
Yep.
And I was like, well, Australia did that, and I don't think we should do that. I know a couple of people out in Australia, and I know you do too, and that tell me some of this stuff, because be like, oh, what is defined networks? What does it do? Oh, consumers wouldn't be able to use that.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh shit, okay. Another thing to think about. I said this on the last podcast. My opinion hasn't really changed that much on it, that I think the government's capable of doing a great net good. they also do other stuff that is not good.
Yeah. I mean, just look at Snowden, for example, an X-key score. So he gets ran out of the country and is out on the run and exiled. And they come to find out in the appeals court, they found out the X-key score was actually unconstitutional and illegal. But they still will not let him come back to the country without being arrested, even though what they did, the program he snitched on, was determined to be unconstitutional.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's, I can't purport to like know the reason why, but I think just, speculation here. You piss off a lot of people in the deep state. They're not going to want you to, play on their court.
Yeah.
And if you do, then he said multiple times, if he gets a fair trial and all that stuff, he'd be willing to come back.
Yeah.
Though I was extremely, extremely pissed off when he did not get pardoned. A couple last year, right? Early last year. I was also very pissed when Julian Assange didn't get I know he's not an American citizen, right? But Julian Assange, and also to an extent Russ Ulbricht, him too. It's a bit more of a cloudy, murky thing, right? But it's still, there's a lot of questionable things that that situation just sucked. And not that I think he was always doing the right thing there, but still, I mean, at this point, what purpose does it serve to keep holding him? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's all about control, I believe. Well, man, we're at the end of the hour, and as usual, I appreciate you coming on. Yeah, we always have some really interesting conversations. No telling where those conversations will end us up at. You're welcome anytime, by the way. And any questions or any last thoughts for the show?
For those of you that are involved with any kind of infrastructure projects or any kind of projects that have or efforts that have wide-reaching impact, always just give everything you look at a second thought. Every solution you deploy, every policy that you're adhering to, question as much as you can, because the long-term implications of what we do now are going to be things that affect our future generations. So if we start doing things under the guise of safety and security, which are two good words, by the way, but that end up having, we don't want to be part and parcel. I don't want to be part and parcel of contributing to dystopian infrastructure and robbing the freedoms of today, because my kids and their kids will not have those freedoms tomorrow. So just be mindful wherever you're at, wherever you're working, whatever you're doing, just question things. Freedom first.
Awesome.
So,
I appreciate it, Mike. And, I wish you good luck this year and with all your endeavors. I'm sure we'll be hearing from you again sometime in the near future.
Yeah. Hey, it was great being on. Definitely looking forward to the next one. I appreciate you having me on. And these conversations are always interesting because, especially with our infrastructure experience, I mean, we can talk all day about this shit, right?
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, to me, this is the most worthwhile endeavor in the world, is trying to, make the future generations as safe and secure in the freedom sense as possible. Right.
Absolutely.
So, that just kind of ties into what I said earlier, but yeah. No, I appreciate it. It was good. It was cool. It was real, and it was fun, and it was real fun. So
awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on, man.
All right. Well, until next time, guys, that'll be it for the Haunted Hacker podcast. Look out for some more videos to drop soon. And don't forget to subscribe on the YouTube channel. We're trying to make 1,000 subscribers. Right now we're at 900. So 100 more, and the podcast can start benefiting from YouTube. Anyways, everybody stay safe, and I'll see you next time. Thanks, Mike.
All right. Thank you, man.
Looking for a live conference focused on the tools, technologies, and practices most important to your business? Innotech conferences are live one-day business and technology conferences highlighting the latest in trends for IT leaders, developers, and IT professionals. Each event combines education, innovation, peer-to-peer networking, and the latest technology and business solutions for a diverse IT-focused audience. Innotech conferences occur throughout the year in strategic regional locations, bringing together technology professionals from various industries to learn about the solutions, practices, and tools impacting their day-to-day work and gain insight into what's to come. Presenters at Innotech conferences are selected and curated to ensure each session provides the most up-to-date and relevant information without any hype. Whether you're interested in digital transformation, cybersecurity, cloud, IT leadership, or DevOps, Innotech conferences deliver. 2022 events are scheduled to be held in Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Houston, and Washington, D.C. Innotech conferences are produced by Techstrong Live and powered by Techstrong Group.
And we're back. Next up, we've got our Something Old segment. This is from the recent Predict 2022 conference, a virtual event that we hosted. This one features, it's a keynote panel discussion between Nicole Dove from Warner Media, Caroline Wong from Cobalt, Vanessa Pigueros from One Login, Marnie Wilkin from Wayfair, and Patricia Titus from Markle Corporation. They discuss the future of security. It's not all doom and gloom. So giving their projections on what they see in cybersecurity in 2022, answering some very, very important questions, such as what proactive preventive measures will truly enhance an organization's security posture and what is overhyped. This and many other questions are answered during this panel discussion. You do not want to miss this one. Let's go ahead and roll it now.
Hello, my name is Caroline Wong, and I am so happy to be with this amazing group of panelists. We are here today to talk the future of cybersecurity. And I love that this conference is called Predict 2022. What a fun concept. Because of course, it's January. What kind of year is this going to be? Is it going to be a great year? Is it going to be a not great year? Of course, the year will be exactly what we make of it. We may not get to choose our cards, but we do get to choose how to play them. Over the holiday break, I read a book. It's called 4,000 Weeks. It turns out the average span of a human lifetime is 4,000 weeks. And in this upcoming year, I will actually cross my 2,000 weeks mark. And one of the things I've been thinking about is our life's work. When I look at the strategists, the leaders that are on this panel, the experts, I think each of us has chosen to make security a big part of our life's work. And it is so often that security is talked about as doom and gloom, FUD, right? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It can get downright depressing. But I choose something different. I choose hope. I choose optimism. I choose forward movement. I choose evolution. Certainly, there will be challenges ahead of us this year. There will be tons of challenges. Stuff is going to happen, and some of it is going to be not great. But I believe that we are wise enough and that we can be intentional enough and that we have what it takes to overcome these challenges. And so today we present to you a panel discussion on the future of security, not all doom and gloom. I have invited some of the most brilliant security leaders that I know, and we are thrilled to have you join us for today's conversation. Let's start out with a few brief introductions. My name is Caroline. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Cobalt. We're a pen test as a service company. I started my cybersecurity career 17 years ago, leading security teams at eBay and Zynga. I am particularly interested in the areas of security metrics and application security, and I host a podcast called Humans of InfoSec. Next, I'll ask Nicole for an introduction.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nicole Dove. I'm a business information security officer at Warner Media. I'm also a visiting lecturer at Clark Atlanta University, and I host a podcast called Urban Girl Corporate World. Believe it or not, I started my security career when I started my career in risk about 17 years ago at Goldman Sachs, an investment bank. And I am particularly interested in people's behaviors around security, right? The behavior of the non-technical practitioner, and really partnering with business teams and cybersecurity leaders to align their initiatives and priorities and create practical, relevant cybersecurity programs.
Thank you so much. We're thrilled that you're here. Vanessa.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Figueros, and I'm the Chief Trust and Security Officer at OneLogin that was recently acquired by Quest Software. I've been in tech over 30 years, 19 of those years have been in security. Right now, what I'm really very interested in is kind of seeing how the higher level board level positions can influence an organization into driving better technology and security decisions. I'm also very interested in the VC space and investment within security companies. And finally, investing in diverse founders.
Fantastic. Welcome. And thank you so much for being here with us. Patty.
Yeah, I'm Patty Titus. I'm the Chief Privacy and Information Security Officer at Markel Corporation. I am all about women in technology and empowering women. And I really think that a lot of that started because of my relationship with the Executive Women's Forum. And I remember a statement someone made, lift as you rise. And so I make sure that as I'm rising, I'm lifting as well. So that's an area of focus. I'm also very interested in the VC startup community for cybersecurity, and I'm on the board of directors for a few companies and a couple of profits, for-profit and nonprofit. So thanks, Caroline, for the invite. Happy to be here.
Yay. Thank you, Patty. And next, Marnie.
Hi, I'm Marnie Wilkin. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer at Wayfair, where we have zillions of things. I started my career in about a little over 20 years ago in financial services and spent a long time there, and spent a little bit of time in healthcare technology as well. One of the things I really like about cybersecurity and being in the industry is the willingness to share information and pulling people together and connecting dots, because we do that a lot in our jobs while we're solving problems and trying to pull people in to solve the problems. But I love doing it outside and just within the community as a whole, and pulling people together who might not have met even though we're in the same industry.
Awesome. I am so happy to be here with this group today. So let's get started. It would be really easy to design a cybersecurity panel that was called The Future of Security, Doom and Gloom. And we're doing something a little different, despite the fact that we're still very much in the middle of a pandemic. Everyone is remote. There's ransomware attacks. Cyber criminals continue to get sophisticated. Every day we read about a new big deal data breach. But what are the silver linings, and what, if anything, can we think about and talk about that is worth some optimism? Patty, let's start with you.
I think there is really a lot to talk about when we talk about being optimistic in our field. So first of all, we're seeing a record number of people coming into our field. That's a pretty big deal. And I think, well, those kinds of things give me hope. So I appreciate the fact that you're all about hope, Caroline, because I think we all have hope. Although my famous line is, hope is not a plan. And so we must also develop a plan. And that plan of attack is, how do we stay ahead of our adversaries? And some really great innovation and technology has come about. And I also think simplification. So we've gotten to the point now where we're taking these very complex environments and we're simplifying them down. I think we've all seen a lot of sprawl. So in our network environments, in the areas of our surface that we have to protect, it's become a bit complex. Our data's going everywhere. It's going to the cloud, it's public, it's private. And so we've got to figure out how to simplify and be able to see beyond that network perimeter. So the good old days of putting up the fortress, so to speak, and that was how we were going to protect everything, is pretty well gone. And I think that's giving us a great opportunity to be futuristic in our thinking and innovative, where we're looking at this is great. We want our data to be out there for people to use, to be more efficient, to generate revenue for our companies and increase shareholder value. All of that's really important. That's what makes a great country like ours continue to function. But at the end of the day, we still have, how do we make sure that we are assessing, auditing? So I think simplification is a big thing that's going to be coming out. And I'm looking forward to how we as security practitioners or privacy officers can help with that, instead of putting up the roadblocks of, oh, you can't do something, don't do it. It's, yes, we can do it, and let's do it with these things in mind. So I'm excited about the future. I'm excited about 2022 and kind of leaving 2021 and 2020 in the rearview mirror.
Fantastic. Patty, a quick follow-up question before we go on to Vanessa. What's driving this simplification? If there's somebody watching today's panel and they're thinking, gosh, simplification sounds amazing, how do I make some of that happen? What are the drivers that you're observing that are resulting in some more simplification?
I think automation. Automation's a big deal. And we've been talking automation forever. Robotic process automation, bots, the whole concept has been around for quite some time. I think automation is really the key. So looking at your business processes and where you can automate those, and people are afraid of automation, to be honest with you. If I automate, I'm going to do away with my job. If I think of automation in a manufacturing plant, that might eliminate jobs, or we could look at it and say, it's going to free you up, because we're all having to do more with less. It's going to free you up to do the more important stuff. So to me, simplification starts with basic understanding of your business processes that run security or run privacy or run your organization. So to me, that's the fun in looking at your business processes and how do I make them better and actually remove that friction that sometimes security and privacy can create.
Totally agree. I think simplification is something we should all strive for a little bit more. And we have an opportunity as an industry to get back to basics. Vanessa, what are your predictions for 2022?
Yeah, Caroline, I think when I think about predictions, there's always where nobody's ever absolutely right on predictions. But I think about really big, broad trends that I see. And there's like 4 things that are particularly interesting for me to watch in 2022. One is, I think, just the level of global collaboration that's going to start to occur or increase around fighting cybercrime. And I'm super optimistic about that, because that's the only way we can truly attack cybercrime. It has to be a global effort. And I'm hopeful that this begins to create a little bit of muscle memory for our entire world to work together on very complex problems. We have a lot in front of us. So I think in some ways, cybersecurity could be that first step to build that muscle memory, build those frameworks, build the processes in order to, collaborate better globally on these challenges. The next thing I see is kind of a little bit more related to the organization. I see cyber as a function, its leadership, its priorities are going to continue to be elevated in the organization. I think that's coming in the form of where do CISOs report, but also how do security priorities play into, allocation of budget. I think that companies are starting to realize more and more that this is not something they can, they have to pay attention to it. They have to put more priority on it. So I do see there's going to be not just, with that prioritization is going to come the elevation of security leadership and the function. The next one to me is just what's happening with data and people's personal data. I have a particular interest in privacy and the trends around privacy. And I do see consumers are going to start to organize more around what is happening with their data. And they're going to demand more. They're going to demand more in terms of controlling their data, and they're going to be holding companies more accountable around what they're doing with their data. So to me, that's going to again, it's picking up momentum. We saw it a little bit in 2021. I think it's going to continue to grow in 2022. And then the last thing that I think is very key for companies to think about, but also a trend is I think employees are being more intentional about the type of company they work for. What's the culture? Do they feel included? Does the company, are they truly acting on their values? I think this is something that if companies don't pay attention to this, they're going to lose out on the great talent, which will choose to go into another company. I have a personal, quick story. I was talking to a Black man who made a decision to leave his current company, not related to me, but a current company. And he told me he wanted to go to this other company because his boss would be Black. And he felt he felt like he had a better chance of being promoted in the organization, being developed. And I think that and he actually is taking less overall compensation to go to this other company. So we're going to start to see employees say, look, I want a better future. I want better development opportunities. I want a sponsor. And so I think this is just a trend and that's going to go across tech, and obviously security is part of that.
So what I love the most, Vanessa, about your thoughts with us here is, as consumers, we have power. We have the power of choice. And as employees, we also have power. We have the power of choice. And so thank you so much for that. Nicole, what do you see when you look into the crystal ball? And what do you see that's happening that's positive?
Yeah. So one of the things that I really like that's positive, I'm seeing a lot of non-technical associates and leaders talk more about cybersecurity. Right. This was not a conversation we were having regularly. And I think it's because there's a clear bridge to why the work we do as information security professionals is important, because it's beginning to impact mission critical operations, right? We keep hearing about the supply chain. We keep seeing the leakage of sensitive information. And I think, Patty mentioned this earlier, the boards are asking more about cybersecurity and maturity of the ecosystems now more than ever. So it's becoming a top-down priority, where I think, the trend that I've always seen in my risk career, it was always the add-on. It was always the afterthought. It's now definitely, as we like to say in the industry, shifting left. And what I really like, as we talked about scale and automation and simplification, I really like that we're beginning to empower the folks that don't sit in the security space to incorporate security into their day-to-day operations and goals and functions. And I think that's going to get us really, really far.
It feels so good as a security person to be seen.
Yes.
And to be heard.
Finally.
And not to be looked at like, is what you're talking about even real, but to be taken seriously and to be asked, right? Marnie, what do you think about all of this?
I totally agree with Nicole. I think, I've been in this industry for over 20 years, and security training and awareness is part of every program. And all we've ever wanted was more awareness. Well, we've got it. right? When cybersecurity firms started advertising in airports and during golf matches, executives really started to notice, and we started getting questions from the board. And that's continuing. And board members are becoming better educated about cybersecurity issues and risks, which is a great thing to see. I also think at an individual level, right? When you get the host of a popular television show talking about how impactful ransomware is to individual people, not just corporations, we clearly have the world's attention, and I don't want to waste it. 40 or 50 years ago, there might have been one person in the office who ran the computer, right? Now we carry computers around in our pockets. Everyone knows how to use a computer. Vanessa noted that users are demanding more control over their data and privacy. So I think cybersecurity will start to become as ubiquitous as using a cell phone.
When I look at my 3-year-old and my 6-year-old, and I see my daughter coding video games, and I see my son knowing how to operate an iPhone better than I can, I know that we're in a new age. And so now that we've laid down some of these predictions and what to expect, I want to ask you for your advice. When we think about security programs and when we think about business initiatives more broadly, a basic and fundamental way to think about it is people, process, and technology. What do people, process, and technology mean to you? Where do you start? And what has helped you to be successful in the past? Maybe we can kind of switch it up and go in reverse order. Marnie, what do you think?
Sure. I think a lot of security and technology folks seem to believe that if you just buy the newest technology, it will fix the thing that's not working well. And frankly, vendors tend to perpetuate that notion. You know, those golf and airport ads are sort of exaggerating that idea to executives, and they'll say, hey, have you tried this? This will fix all these things. It doesn't quite work that way. You can't fix a broken process with new technology, and you have to have people to own the process and technology. I do think that we're in an era of a lot of new technology, and the way we've been doing things for the past 10 to 15 years is not going to help us get to where we need to go from a cybersecurity protection standpoint. So I really think that the current cloud technology, cloud native features, and I think both Vanessa and Patty pointed out, there are a lot of new cybersecurity firms out there. It's really, really exciting to see the new technology and taking advantage of some of that cloud and in the ability to apply and automate security. But fix your process first.
Yes. One of the things that I have seen time and time again throughout my career is if you automate a process when it's broken, then you just get more broken process. Nicole, what do you think about all this?
Well, I think first, the people are the ones who create and perform the process. The people are the one who decide on the technology that they're going to purchase, right? So I think we would be remiss if we didn't start there. And also, when you look at bad actor strategy, so many breaches, I think I've read some upwards of 75 to 80% of breaches start with social engineering, right? Our bad actors are people manipulating the habits of people. So if you don't start with people, I think you're really in trouble.
People, process, technology. Vanessa, what do you think?
Another vote for people as the number one priority. I think, though, you have to know the type of company you're in as well. So it's very different operating a security program in a startup pre-Series A than operating, a security function in a Fortune 500 company. It's completely different. And I think, but still, people are the, where it all starts. And I do believe technology and process really do follow from people. The challenge, I think, sometimes with people, especially when it comes to technology, and a few of you have already mentioned this, is they get a little bit tied to one vendor too much or tied to one tool. And they get rigid about like exploring other solutions, and they develop relationships with that vendor. And those relationships, well, when we were meeting in person, consisted of, fancy dinners and things at RSA. And now I think the relationships are more around, we'll ship you some whiskey and we'll have a happy hour and talk about things. And I think that that's human nature. We develop relationships, but I think that people need to stay agile in what they consider the different solutions to these challenges. And so it's really important, I think, not to get tied to one technology. And another, how do you create those frameworks internal to your company to be agile around your tools, your technology? That's going to be really critical, because we have to shift quickly. New disruptive technology is going to come out, and the people are the ones that are going to orchestrate that change and the processes around that change. So for me, it's definitely people, but people make decisions around process and technology that can really inhibit an organization, or they can make those decisions to make the organization more nimble and responsive to kind of competitive pressure. So I think it's all about people, but it's also, a culture and a mentality about those people.
Yep. I'm just thinking to myself, I feel like software development has changed a lot in the past decade and in the last couple of decades. And cybersecurity in some ways has not. And I think we do have an opportunity as practitioners to consider new ways of doing things. All right, we've got a couple votes for people. Patty, what do you think? People, process, technology?
It's the people. People will always be the first. They're the most important to me, the most important part of the triad. Without people, we're really powerless to adequately secure our assets, to be honest with you. I mean, they really are the frontline defense, but they're also part of the problem. So keeping in that positive mentality, we have to change that they're part of the problem and make them part of the solution. And I think one of those is that we need to be looking at process in a continuous fashion. Old processes, or worse, undocumented processes. So I think process is also part of it, but you need the people to be able to identify the processes and then figure out how to fix them. With the constant transition of resources in and out of the company, it's even more important to take the time to capture those processes. This is another problem that we run into. As I move from company to company, I might find that someone didn't document processes, and that makes my life more difficult of being able to figure out what technologies do we have and how are they implemented, so I can look for gaps and weaknesses. If we didn't have processes, it's unfortunate, but I think COVID pandemic created a challenge for us. All of a sudden, everybody's working from home. You're using technology probably in a way many people didn't know the technology worked, especially if they were office dwellers. So I think technology is obviously the underpinning of the people and the processes, and we need technology to get people to be effective and efficient, but we need those processes have got to be documented as well.
It sounds like folks think people are the most important. That makes perfect sense to me. I think our organizations obviously are composed of people. People more than the process and technology are the ones making decisions and taking actions and choosing change. I want to kind of push this group a bit and ask for some really practical guidance. I think a lot of security practitioners today, they're trying to figure out, how do I manage a situation where I have limited talent, limited resources, limited budget? What advice do you have for our audience today in terms of practically, how do you think about resource allocation? Nicole, let's start with you.
I think the first thing that's most important is really just understanding the landscape of where you are, right? What is your current as-is model? Where are the holes? Where are your biggest risks? Also, take a look at history. Like, where have you been hit the hardest, right? How has your network been penetrated, if it has? And then to the point I mentioned earlier, what are your business goals and priorities, right? What are your customers saying? What's their feedback? I think understanding these things are so key, right? Because they provide so much insight and intelligence. Then you can build a program that's relevant, that's feasible, that's implementable. But you can't do that without understanding the landscape to show you where to make the appropriate investment, whether it's people, process, technology, or what combination of those three.
Marnie.
I 100% agree with Nicole. I've been in several different industries, several different company sizes. No two security programs look the same. Some of the things that we're dealing with are similar across different industries, but we have to deal with them in different ways. And in some cases, one thing that's a priority at one company is not a priority at another company. So understanding the overall business objectives, what does the business exist to do? How does it make money? What is the customer life cycle? What's the risk tolerance or the regulatory environment? What are your business partners worried about? And as Patty mentioned earlier, find out what's causing friction for them, or where do they perceive there's friction? Those are the things that should drive where you apply and balance your resources.
Thank you, Marnie. Patty, what's your advice for us?
I think ensuring that you're able to communicate with your internal and external customers, I think that's really important. And you've got to be able to communicate the threat landscape. So your business partners are also part of your ecosystem. So how are you communicating the threats that are targeting your specific industry? This is one of those low to no cost types of things that security and CISOs can do. And that is the awareness training that you reach out to do across your company. At some point, assuming risk should be transposed into a business decision, it requires that you're taking that awareness of the threat landscape and transposing that conversation into business requirements. So where the business may want to push into a new line or push into a more risky area, of course, you're going to say yes, because we're not the office of no anymore. We're the office of yes, but, and helping them understand the risk of moving towards something. So I think, we have limited resources. It's unfortunate that we don't have unlimited, and bless those people who do have unlimited, because I know some companies are very giving. It is, where is it that we have the biggest bang for the buck? And I think the other place is security and IT need to partner together. So we're very good about the us and the them. IT is always kind of they're the people who have to go implement it. We've got to partner with them as well to help them understand the risk of why they're trying to keep the network up and running, and we're trying to keep it up and running and secured.
Yes, I think there's an opportunity to see it as we. Vanessa, how do you think about resource allocation?
So let me start broadly, and then I'll go into a very specific guideline that I've seen over multiple jobs within my roles within security. But generally speaking, I think that you have to, as Nicole said, you have to, what are your top risks? And how imminent are those risks? And, those are to be like the fire drill exercises that you've got to address right away. You've got to dedicate time to that and resources to that. So you've got to you've got to kind of put the big fires out first. And that should be the priority of the entire team. And then once you put the big fires out, you can start to address your longer term roadmap. You should all have like a 2-3 year roadmap. And I think when you get settled out into the roadmap, I'll use a general rule of thumb is like, I feel like there's about 60% of your budget should go to people, which includes training and outsourcing. And I bring up outsourcing because there are some functions that are just not suited for your team to basically execute on. And that's where your partnership and outsourcing that function is important. Like, for example, pen testing is like a very expensive effort to hire those type of individuals internally. So maybe it makes sense to outsource that. Or maybe you don't have the number of people you need to do the monitoring you need. So you figure out you outsource your monitoring. It really depends on your company, on what you outsource. But I think that needs to be considered and is part of that 60%. I think 30% is really around technology. And these are rough, obviously percentages, but 30% should go to buying tools, like technical tools that you're going to implement. And then I'd say probably about 10% related to process. And those could be some tools that support some processes, but they could also be other investments. Maybe you have to hire a contractor to help you with a specific process or whatever. So I think those are my general guidelines around expenditure. So if anybody's looking at their budget and they see that 70% of their budget is going to tools, they are not leveraging those tools. So there's not enough people to operate all those tools. So that's a waste of money. So you keep buying tools and nobody to really fully implement them or operate them properly, you're wasting money on tools, technology. So that's kind of in my experience, what's generally worked out in terms of budget allocation.
Cool. Thank you. I think that's a really insightful piece of advice. 60% on people. I have been at security organizations where we had bought tools. We were actively spending money on tools and they were just sitting there because we didn't have the people to make those tools effective. So 2022.
And Caroline, I would also mention that it also gets into this really dangerous situation where the people, because they don't have the time and resource to implement the tool, they start to say the tool doesn't work. And so we need a new tool. And in essence, they've just now switched to the next shiny object or the next vendor who's giving them the pitch they want. And that's really dangerous. Leadership really needs to pay attention to that, because I found in my experience, there have been some vendors who didn't deliver on what they should have. But I'd actually say it's been more like 60 or 70%. It wasn't the vendor's fault. It was the own internal team who wasn't implementing it properly because they didn't have the time or the resource or maybe even the interest. So I do think that's, something vendors get blamed for the deficiencies of teams sometimes. And so I've seen that quite a bit.
There was this time when I found myself overseeing a global product management team at a big security product company. And one of my jobs was to fly out and talk to our customers who were unhappy. Mm-hmm. And 9 out of 10 times, it turned out it was not a problem with the product. It was a problem with the process and with the implementation. And a lot of times we were able to solve that by identifying a great professional services partner. People was the solution 9 out of 10 times. So that comment really resonates with me. All right, folks, we've got about 10 minutes. We've got about 10 minutes. I want to talk to you about your thoughts for 2022. I expect that each of your organizations is doing something differently. And for your areas of the business, what are some of your top initiatives? What, if anything, are you changing this year? Marnie, I'd love to know what you think.
So some things are staying the same. We have been working, like a lot of my peers, we've been working on zero trust for about 3 years now, and it's a journey. It's not a destination. So we're still, that's still definitely on the list. I do think that, as I mentioned earlier, that the newer tools and technology, the newer firms that are developing tools to support that are getting better and better as we go along. So I'm really excited by the idea of actually moving that forward. And honestly, I think this era of COVID really helped push that along. So many companies had to go to work from home very, very quickly. Those companies that were already in the midst of zero trust initiatives seem to have a much easier time than some of their counterparts that weren't making that move and were still trying to protect the fort with the moat, right? So that's still on the list, and we're still moving toward that. I am really excited by some of the new cybersecurity technology out there. So we are very cloud forward at Wayfair. And so we are actively looking at a number of cloud native, cloud specific security technologies to help with prevention, detection, correction, right? We want to be able to do all of those things and reduce our mean time to response, reduce our mean time to detection, and be able to protect our workloads a lot more efficiently.
Anyone else want to share their 2022 initiatives and top priorities?
Yeah, I'm happy to share. So this year, one of the things we mentioned earlier was the amount of information sharing and collaboration that's happening across the industry and companies and regions and governments and things of the like. So I really want to take advantage of that. I also want to bring more of a practical experience to my business partners. So looking at previous incidents that have happened and really rolling out more tabletop exercises to get people in the thick of the experience. I'm also looking at, there's obviously a vast need for more cybersecurity practitioners. And as security and business continue to merge, I'm actually looking at leveraging a lot more of non-traditional security talent within our security organization. They bring so many different skills and talents and fresh perspectives. I think that's really going to be key to driving things forward. And then the last thing is just closing the feedback loop more, right? Continuing the conversation internally with our business partners. We just talked about it with the different tools and the example you gave, Carolyn, like really getting feedback on what's the rub, where's the friction, where their priorities are, making sure that not only do we have the foundational pieces of security covered in our strategy, but we're also making sure that we're on the front lines with our business and helping build security initiatives that propel their goals and their priorities. So I'm excited about 2022.
Awesome. Thank you. Patty.
So we're going to continue to do some of the things we've been doing, and optimization is a big thing for me. So we make major investments into services, products, technologies, tools, and we've got to be squeezing every nickel possible out of it and creating that feedback loop to the vendor. So that's another area that I think companies come up a little short, especially security programs. So I appreciate Vanessa's comment about you're blaming the technology or the tool for not doing something. And some of it is forcing your folks to build the relationships as a business partner. And it's not something that is intuitive to security people or engineering people. We buy a tool to solve a problem, but building the partnership with the tool to give them a feedback loop so that they can continue to enhance the products is vital for us. So we're continuing our optimization programs like we always do. But I think another area that's a big key area for us is the relationship that we have with our business. And we have found, we have a collaborative shadowing program with our cyber insurance underwriting division and claims division. And what we really like about it is it gives us a chance to really see the front line, the people who are generating the revenue for the company, selling our products. What are the kinds of things that they do when they're looking at assessing risk? So it's helping us think about our internal risk management program a little bit differently. It's also helping us think about ways that we can share the investment the company's made in our threat landscape tools or our threat intelligence, as well as our third-party vendor risk management products. How can we share those with our business partners to enrich their ability to provide best-in-class services and products to our customers and our business partners that we have to deal with on a daily basis, or that we want to deal with, not have to. And I think more time with that community of people that are interested and they hear a lot about security, they're kind of scared of it. It's big and it's scary, and they keep hearing about ransomware and it's horrible and terrible. But let's take that opportunity to take those scary things and talk about how we need to secure their own personal digital computing. So having my team give back to the community and talking to our employees about being better digital citizens and what that means. So that's kind of our give back to community. Security people are obviously not this group, but are known to be a little bit more on the introverted side. And there's plenty of ways to share the knowledge through internal blogging or news feeds, posting, raising that awareness continuously. And it's not normally in their wheelhouse, but we're making pretty good strides at it. And a couple of my team have actually pushed out and done some podcasts. So we're pretty excited about that too.
Very cool. I look forward to hearing those. Vanessa, what are your team's 2022 priorities?
So I think because we have a multi-year roadmap, we're going to continue to execute on the roadmap. And that is probably a lot like many of your roadmaps in terms of things we have to tackle. The two things that I would highlight that I think are going to be very critical is retaining your people and developing them through 2022, making them feel like hoping that they choose to stay with you and continue to do exciting work with you. You know, that to me is a great concern. And the other thing is focusing on something that we've been talking about for over 30 years in my entire career, which is inventory. And we still have not cracked that. We still don't know where our data is. We still don't know where the virtual instance. We still don't know where maybe all the laptops are. We have not fixed that problem, and it continues to get worse as we have these new technologies come out that, you know, and the third party vendor environment, and we're outsourcing more, and we have completely lost control of so many things in terms of data and assets. And I think that it has to continue to be a focus, and we need some really disruptive solutions around that. And I haven't seen them yet, but we need the shiny new object there. So
with this group, I cannot believe how quickly the time passes, and we are coming to the end. I do have a last question, and it's kind of a twist on a New Year's resolution. It's actually a New Year's intention. I want to ask if you have one or two or three words that describe an intention that you have as you lead your teams this year, what might that be? And I'll start. I talk a lot, and my intention is about present and active listening. Nicole, how about you?
I'm going to steal three words that are a collaboration of a few different initiatives I've seen, but really stand out to me. The first one is simplify. The second is innovate. And the third is elevate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Vanessa?
So going along with what I just said, I think making the mundane exciting. And I think we've got these really common problems. We need to figure out how to make them exciting.
I love that. Patty?
Mine's pretty simple. Remove the friction.
Yes. Marnie?
Mine is pretty similar to Vanessa's. I want my team to feel re-energized, reinvigorated, re-excited about the things that we're doing. I don't believe it's all doom and gloom, despite the outset of the conversation. I think it's very exciting. I'm very hopeful. I share your hope and excitement, Caroline. And I want my team to do the same. So that's what we're focused on, is getting people excited about their roles.
Fantastic. Thank you all so much. For the folks who have attended and joined us today, I invite you to think about your intention for this year and how can that drive the outcomes and the results that you want. Thank you all so much for being here with us today.
Hey, everybody. Happy Tuesday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with the headlines. First up on DevOps.com is an article that offers up some best practices to improve your engineering sprints. We break work into sprints so we can more easily monitor, estimate, and predict what we want to ship and when. Over the years, engineering teams have gotten used to moving quickly from one sprint to the next. But running effective and successful sprints can define whether an organization is able to shift high-quality software fast and often. It also gives teams more flexibility and the ability to quickly change something that is not working or to iterate on a successful technology. This article is written by someone who has spent almost 20 years as an engineer, manager, and as a CTO, and includes several best practices that improve sprints from beginning to end. And we look at the past, present, and future of OpenStack. Described as the world's most widely deployed open source cloud software, OpenStack will mark its 10-year anniversary milestone later in 2022. In September 2012, the OpenStack Foundation launched as an independent organization to manage and promote the technology, a watershed moment for a project announced just 2 years earlier. Today, with contributions from more than 34,000 people at 550 companies, OpenStack is one of the 3 most active open source projects, alongside the Linux kernel and the Chromium web browser. That's according to the Open Infrastructure Foundation. More than 25 million OpenStack cores are running in production worldwide. This article delves into the history of OpenStack, including its roots and rocky start, and takes a 10-point look at what the open source software has going for it today that should keep it relevant and thriving in the next 10 years and beyond. In news, Netlify has added Netlify Graph to its portfolio, which makes back-end services available to developers via a single click. The tool aims to simplify DevOps teams' access to those services when building their applications. Netlify Graph is based on the GraphQL query language for APIs and enables developers to integrate services such as GitHub, Salesforce, and Stripe within front-end and web application development tools without any direct intervention required from a DevOps team. Netlify provides an application development framework based on JavaScript, APIs, and markup languages, otherwise known as a Jamstack, to isolate front-end and back-end components of an application. Netlify Graph is based on the GraphQL technology the company gained when it acquired OneGraph, and the goal is to make it easy for front-end developers to invoke back-end services accessed via either GraphQL or REST APIs. Over on Container Journal, we look at Kubernetes misconfigurations, which can be a disaster even on the best day. Although misconfigurations happen all the time, they are now regarded as one of the biggest and most challenging concepts in the world of Kubernetes. Security, efficiency, and reliability are the 3 high-level constructs linked to successful Kubernetes deployments, and they are also the 3 main areas impacted by erroneous misconfigurations. When concerns around security, efficiency, and reliability are not properly addressed through configuration best practices, critical elements such as cost optimization, performance, and user experience are impacted. The easiest and best way to address these critical areas is through successful Kubernetes configuration. Practitioners need to perform many different types of checks around general reliability of workloads to ensure they are secure, reliable, resource efficient, and cost effective. This is why scanning all configurations is essential to running happy Kubernetes clusters. This article looks at the whys and hows of successful Kubernetes configurations and how practices such as scanning can ensure security, efficiency, and reliability. And we look at the role of GitOps in using CI/CD with Kubernetes. GitOps has emerged as an essential process as organizations evaluate frameworks to optimize CI/CD on Kubernetes. DevOps teams are exploring how GitOps redefines CI/CD, with Git serving as the central immutable state declaration for faster deployments and more audit-friendly secure environments. GitOps offers teams well-documented improvements in productivity, security, and compliance, which ultimately translate into a better experience for the user. Through GitOps' declarative process, Git also lends itself well to Kubernetes, since Kubernetes clusters are also managed in a declarative way. This article looks at what is necessary for successful use of GitOps to support CI/CD for Kubernetes and some of the open source tools available to enable success. Easy for me to say. All right, over on Security Boulevard, we look at ice fishing. No, not the kind that involves a frozen lake. This hacking tactic involves Web3, blockchain, and a whole lot of money. The Badger DAO attack last November and December, during which an attacker stole about $121 million from users, is a good example of ice fishing on the blockchain and proof that cybersecurity needs to be baked into Web3, even though it is still in its early phases. Web3 ice fishing entails tricking a user into signing a transaction that delegates approval of a user's tokens to the attacker. This is a common type of transaction that enables interactions with decentralized finance smart contracts, as those are used to interact with the user's tokens. Once the approval has been granted, it permits the Uniswap v3 Router 2 smart contract to transfer USDC tokens on the user's behalf to execute the swap. In an ice phishing attack, the attacker just needs to modify the spender address so that it is the attacker's address. This can be quite effective, as the user interface doesn't show all pertinent information that can indicate that the transaction has been tampered with. After an approval transaction is signed, submitted, and mined, the spender can access the funds. In case of an ice phishing attack, the attacker can accumulate approvals over a period of time and then drain all victims' wallets quickly, which is what happened in the Badger DAO attack. That advent of ice phishing shows that attackers are again adjusting their tactics to target individuals in the new Web3 world, which is why organizations need to adjust their security controls accordingly. This article looks at the details of the Badger DAO attack and offers what Web3 projects and wallet providers should consider to boost usability so users are able to better protect themselves. And finally, we look at some of the cybersecurity challenges streaming providers face. The global video streaming services industry is a multi-billion-dollar market that includes renowned brands alongside smaller, more niche players. During the pandemic, many of these services experienced a growth boom that continues today. With millions of additional users on streaming platforms, it's no surprise the cybercriminals have noticed the increased demand and are attempting to capitalize on the wealth of consumer data and premium content through sophisticated cyber attacks. This article offers up some of the most common cyber attacks streaming providers face and what broadcasters and end users alike can do to keep pace with increasingly sophisticated cyber attacks and protect data and premium content. All right, that's it for the headlines. I'll be back on Thursday with a brand new batch for you. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day, and please, whatever you do, stay safe.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Gadi Mazur, who is the CEO of BioCatch. Gadi, thank you so much for joining me today. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Thank you, Charlene.
Great. So I'm interested in talking to you a little bit about the topic of behavioral biometrics and how they can be used to combat cyber fraud. But first, I wonder if you can introduce us to your company.
Sure. BioCatch is the pioneer of behavioral biometrics. The company started 10 years ago. I'm with the company for 4 years. As many Israeli startups, the company started probably 5 years ahead of its time and started to sell nicely into the financial sector in 2016. We now have in the high tens of financial institutions as customers. 25 of the top 100 banks are customers. I mean, major brand names. Major banks that invested in us, HSBC, Citi, Barclays, NAB, customers across the globe, in Latin America, in Australia, in Europe, of course, and of course in North America. Companies about 200 people, pretty much half and half between Israel and everywhere else around the globe.
Excellent. Wow. That's really great to hear. And we're talking about biometrics, behavioral biometrics. You guys are focused mostly in the financial services space, correct?
Yes. It's very much focused there.
So tell me a little bit about how these organizations that are using your technology are using it, and as it pertains to behavioral biometrics in general. Why is it such a great technology, especially in these verticals such as financial services? And what does it offer that other types of security can't?
So I'll start with a very simple kind of explanation. I mean, think 20 years ago, 10 years ago, when we still used to do banking by going into the branch, and thankfully we do that we do everything digitally these days. But think of that 20 years ago when you actually did go to your community branch, to the bank. It was very frictionless. You almost never had to even show your ID. I mean, they knew you. It was completely safe because they knew you, and they would identify if something is strange in how you behave, and it's completely frictionless, right? I mean, they kind of once everything became digital and there was a screen between the bank systems and the end user. Think about the defenses and think about the friction that was introduced. Some of whenever you want to transfer money, you now get an SMS code and you need to key in 6 digits. And it's as if the bank is protecting itself from the customers. Okay, and they do that because they don't see them. There's no more that interaction that actually that teller can identify that that's the person that they know, etc. And behavioral biometrics basically says each one of us has, for lack of better terms, a fingerprint of behavior, digital behavior. We move the mouse differently. We click in different speeds on the keyboard. If it's a mobile device, we hold it in a different angle. We press with a different pressure. We swipe differently, left hand, right hand, etc. And this creates a way for us to tell the bank, even though you don't see the person and that relationship is no longer there in terms of understanding and knowing that this is your customer, we can tell you that based on their behavior, this is the customer that you were doing business in the 5 sessions before, and then you can reduce all those defenses and frictions that you put because they are not fraudsters. Or if it is a fraudster, we know how to identify behavior that is typical for not genuine user, doing their own business with the bank, but fraudsters trying to get into someone else's account. So we have those models of behavior of what the fraudster would typically do and what the genuine user does based on the previous sessions. And then we can basically do simultaneously those 2 things. One is increase the security of the session, but also reduce the friction. And if you think about cybersecurity and defenses that are usually put, it always one in exchange for the other. You kind of increase security by putting more friction, and that's the only technology that basically says, no, we actually increasing security, decreasing friction at the same time.
Okay, so basically, you're tracking the movements of somebody who is a customer while they are on that particular site to match it against previous sessions and how they behaved in those sessions, such as, to your point, the mouse track or the keyboard strokes or things of that nature.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right, great.
So think Just even on how you scroll the page. I mean, you can scroll the page by clicking the arrows. You can scroll the page by the scroll bar. You can swipe. I mean, so all this. I mean, we all have our own preferences in the way we interact with the digital channels, and we model that. We create a model that fits your behavior, and then we can say whether the current behavior fits your profile or doesn't fit. We don't look at anything that you actually do in terms of what information you type in, etc. Just the dynamics of your interaction.
Okay. All right. So do you take into account the different environments, for example? So, for example, I mean, obviously there's a mobile device, there's a desktop device, but also I will check my bank balance here at home. I'll check my balance when I'm sitting at my desk at work, and each is a different type of machine. It's a different mouse and different keyboard. Yeah, are you kind of collecting those actions as well?
Yes. So basically, you hit the point when we have multiple behavioral profiles for each one of the users based on how they access the bank site or the bank application at that point. We do know how to, so for instance, if you use the laptop here and you use a different laptop at home, there's still correlation, by the way, between your usage on the two. But of course, it's a different profile. It's different parameters that we look at when you're accessing through the mobile application. But we do have multiple profiles depending on your settings.
Okay. All right. That's really interesting. So what types of benefits does behavioral biometrics provide that, say, regular biometrics don't, such as a fingerprint or a retina scan or something of that nature?
So the main benefit of behavioral biometrics is it's continuous throughout the session. So you can ask for a behavioral biometrics signal, again, as you said, retina, iris scan, face, and fingerprint at specific points in the session. But think what would be the user experience if for any new page that you open in an application or in the website, they'll ask you for face recognition again. Or so at the point that they ask you, let's say when you log in or when you do a transfer, that increases the security level of that session, because that's the point that, assuming that was not hacked and that can be hacked, but that's the point that those technologies identify that you are you. But then later, other tools, malware, or someone getting access to your device that is not you, etc., can take over and that's through remote access tools, through just hijacking the device, through finding an open device, etc. And then from then on, the device would be open, authenticated with, say, face recognition at the beginning, but then no continuous coverage. And behavioral biometrics looks at the whole session continuously, and we monitor the whole interaction. So at any given point, we can calculate what's the risk score that we give to that session based on everything we saw so far.
Okay. All right. So if your software or your application does detect potential fraud, does it just shut it down, or does it log it and say, this is something that we need to kind of take a second look at, make sure that the user is who they're supposed to be?
So basically, the way it works is that we keep that ongoing scoring of that session in terms of risk, and whenever that risk becomes more than what the bank set the threshold to be, we notify the bank through kind of an API call, so directly to the bank saying this session that we're monitoring, there's something risky going on there, again, based on their settings, and then they will decide what to do with this. They can reject, they can pend the transaction. I mean, there are cases that you would want to try that you go. I mean, some transfer when you go to your bank just go immediately. Some transfer are being stopped for a banker review. So they have teams to review that, and they basically decide what to do with based on our risk element. And reversely, if we see that everything is fine, the bank can even reduce the friction to the user and say, for instance, I don't really need to send an OTP code to that person for this type of transfer because all signals are showing that this is a genuine user and everything's fine with that transaction.
Okay. All right. It's really kind of fascinating technology when you think about it. But I'm sure you guys have heard from privacy groups that say that biometrics in any form is an invasion of privacy, and do you get that as much with behavioral biometrics, or is it is there that privacy conversation that's happening?
So first of all, there's always the privacy conversation, and we are working with the top banks in the world, so privacy is always part of the discussion. The benefit that we have is that behavioral biometrics is not like, it's a technology that allows us to compare the behavior in this session versus the previous sessions, but it's not that we can look at behavior in a given session and pinpoint the one person in the millions of the banks. It's not like fingerprint, it's not like iris. It doesn't identify the user. It just it's a measure whether the behavior is similar to previous behavior. So it's a weaker biometric signal than the fingerprint, etc. And then the privacy is kind of way less concerned with this. It's not considered strong biometric signal. It's a behavioral biometrics part of biometrics, but it's not considered as strong as fingerprint.
Okay. So financial institutions, financial services is obviously a very highly regulated industry. So are there any particular regulations that you guys need to be mindful of regarding your technology and the use specifically in financial services?
Sure. So basically every regulation you could think of, of course, the GDPR and all the different versions of GDPR. And GDPR defines private information to be even information that we would not consider private. So some of the device capabilities that I have or IP address are considered PII. So we are considered PII information, but the fact that we never collect the actual information that you type, and we don't know, we don't have any idea of the user. I mean, it's just a unique number, kind of random number between us and the bank to identify the user ID. We don't really sit on private information the way we would describe that. Having said that, in terms of protection and everything and regulations, we are under GDPR and all the other regulations.
So I'm thinking about biometrics and just the adoption of biometrics over the last 10 years or so. It was very rocky at the beginning. I think a lot of people were very, very scared to have that information kind of sitting out there. But do you think that adoption of biometrics has increased over the last including behavioral biometrics, that's increased and the people's comfort levels are more amenable to using biometrics, whether it's behavioral biometrics or standard biometrics, and kind of where do you see this space going?
So behavioral biometrics, we don't see a pushback on the usage because it's, even though it's under the GDPR and under it's not considered, or it's not viewed as invasion of privacy the way we would look at that, again, because it doesn't allow us to identify. And the fact that we kind of have a model for how quickly you type doesn't feel to people like that's a huge invasion to their privacy. Okay? So we are not seeing any pushback on the usage of behavioral biometrics. And the fact that this is completely passive and there's no interface to the users, there's no these annoying, steps in of again, either OTP or popping up this fingerprint, etc., that makes it even more easy, because this is kind of someone that looks and say, yeah, that behaves like previous sessions, but without really having too deep biometric information about you. We're seeing this taking more and more interest with the emergence of, you talk about where I see this going. If you look at the fraud landscape over the last 5-6 years and kind of the evolution of fraud, as banks got better and better protection, and they were looking at where you're coming from, what type of transaction you're making, transaction metadata, device, location, etc., and put those defenses, and those defenses are pretty much standard with the top banks. Fraud went back to scams. So they went back and said, okay, I cannot take over. It's not easy for me anymore to take over with malware, to take over the end user machine. It's not easy for me, even if I take and I buy the credentials of a user. If I log in, someone will identify that that's a different location or different device, or in our case, a different behavior. So basically, they're going to the weakest link, and the weakest link is the actual end user. And they went back to scams, and that's the number one fraud type in many of the countries that we service. And those are social engineering. And whenever we hear about those stories, we always say this can never happen to me, can happen to everyone. I mean, these guys are smart, they're creative, they know psychology, they can fool everyone to do. And in the UK alone, last year, the first half of the year, 2021, was 750 million pounds stolen from accounts by scam alone. Okay,
wow.
That's huge losses, and primarily from the most vulnerable. And that's where everything else is standard. It's the user themselves that do this. It's their device, it's their location, it's everything. And we are still able to identify that even though it's the user that does the action, they are acting under the influence of someone else. Okay? And we believe that because fraud went back to basically fooling the end user and the human, then the only way to detect that something fishy is going on is to be able to identify the differences of behavior of that user, because everything else is the same in that session.
Interesting. Wow, it sounds like such great technology, and financial services seems to be the perfect niche. Do you see other verticals that might be appropriate for behavioral biometrics?
Sure. So basically, we have three main use cases. We have account takeover protection, and this is when someone stole or bought your credentials and is logging into your account and is doing things in your account on your behalf for his benefit. So obviously, in financial services, that happens, and that's basically someone hacking to your bank account. Or it can happen in the airline and travel industry. I mean, travel in the hospitality industry, when someone actually hacks your point account. It can be, of course, financial service. I mean, fintech companies. It can be telcos, when someone logs in and does, orders a phone through your account. So applicable to additional verticals. The second use case is account opening protection. That's actually when you submit an application for a credit card. American Express is a customer, for instance. They also invested in a company. And we know when someone types an application for a credit card with American Express, we know to tell American Express whether we think this is a genuine user applying for a card or someone that stole the credentials. And we've never seen that user before, so we cannot compare that behavior, but still a behavior when you type your own social security number, you type that continuously from long-term memory. If I stole your social security number and was applying on your behalf to a card that I would get, I would type that either in a chunky manner, or I would paste that to the form. You never pasted your social security to a form. Okay, so those are the type of hints that we get in behavior that differentiates. And this is, again, a use case that is applicable basically completely horizontally, not just for financial services. But we've definitely focused on just we have 500 banks, top banks in the world, that's our win zone, and we're focused on just servicing them as much as we can.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Well, Gadi, thank you so much for walking me through behavioral biometrics in financial services and how you guys are kind of changing the game. I do appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more Techstrong TV coming up, so stay tuned. Hey everybody, happy Tuesday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with a webinars preview. I always tell you we have so many great webinars coming up on DevOps.com, Container Journal, and Security Boulevard. Well, I got 3 here for you that I'm hoping that you will enjoy as much as I think you will. So you can mark your calendar and join us, folks. The first one is called API Attack Protection. Don't overlook your number one attack vector. This one is happening Wednesday, February 23rd. That's tomorrow, folks, at 3 p.m. Eastern on Security Boulevard. It is sponsored by ThreatX. Now, every digital business relies on APIs to generate revenue, and every DevOps team innovates on the backs of APIs. But even with this explosive growth, APIs are consistently overlooked in web application security programs. This webinar will cover the very type of attack methods used against APIs and introduce an attack-centric approach to API and web application security that provides some full visibility into API and web application traffic to identify and block bad behaviors to protect exposed vulnerabilities before damage can be done. The second webinar is called Mitigating Risks in Software Supply Chain Security. This one is happening Thursday, February 24th at noon Eastern on Security Boulevard. This one is sponsored by Sneak. Software supply chains are becoming increasingly complex due to the changes in how modern software is built. These trends, together with new federal regulations, require organizations to take action to ensure security and integrity of their software. But this can be easier said than done. In this session, we'll explore the software supply chain as an attack vector by identifying risks and mitigation strategies throughout the software development process and environment. Attendees will learn how they can meet new requirements and protect their software from these attacks. The third and final webinar is called How to Secure Your Microservices Architecture with JSON Web Tokens. This one is happening next Monday, February 28th at 1 p.m. Eastern on DevOps.com. This one is sponsored by Fusion Auth. Authentication is core to any application and is commonly extracted to a standalone service. But how can you ensure users only access data they should in a scalable, resilient, and secure manner? This webinar will focus on how authorization information can cross such boundaries, how JSON Web Tokens can help you secure your microservices, and which signing protocols make sense when. This webinar will cover JSON Web Tokens basics in signing algorithms and how to avoid common issues with JSON Web Tokens, common auth architectures for microservices and context boundaries, JWT or JSON Web Token validation, and revoking JSON Web Tokens. Good stuff. All right, that's it for the webinars. Please check back with me on Thursday when I'll have a fresh new batch for you. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day, and please, whatever you do, stay safe.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
All right, we are back. Rounding out today's Techstrong TV broadcast, we have The View with Vizard, in which Mike Vizard is speaking with Diamante CEO Chris Hickey and Naveen Seth, who's the Vice President of Engineering. They discuss Diamante's acquisition of the Groundwork open source project and how they believe it's going to advance Kubernetes adoption. Great topic, great conversation. Let's roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Chris Hickey, who's the CEO of Diamante, and he's joined by Naveen Seth, who is Vice President of Engineering, and we're talking about their acquisition of Groundwork open source, which does a lot in the space of monitoring and analytics and has, I'm sure, things to do with Kubernetes, but may not just be limited to Kubernetes. Chris? guys, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having us. We really appreciate it.
All right. So what is the motivation of acquiring an open source project like this? And maybe give us some details on the history of it.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks for the question, Mike. So one of the major focuses on the acquisition was to fully provide an integrated stack and build on Diamante's existing technology. So the very uniqueness about this emerging technology around Kubernetes is you get a lot of point solutions out there where our customers are asking for full integrated solutions. But as you know, Mike, probably better than anybody in technology, it starts with being really good at something. You're the Starbucks of coffee and you do it well, and then you try to grow it to be the Walmart of coffee, right? But that takes time. And then there's not a lot of emerging vendors out there in the technology space that can fully deploy it. So Diamante's vision from day one was, look, they saw Kubernetes as the backbone, right, into the data center, the transition from virtual clouds to containers and then containers to Kubernetes. The challenge with that transition was two things. One, that there was a lot of point solutions. Two was the adoption rate of the technology within the install base, right? People had to learn a new thing. They had to go from VMs to containers and migrate them over, and then they had to learn Kubernetes. It's only 6 years old. So our vision was to make it easy, right? Make it simple for people to get there, right? So the biggest challenge was, how do I go from a VM to a container? Nobody's figured out that secret sauce except for a lot of pain in the process, right? We're kind of working on one, like maybe a migrating tool, but we've been offering a lot of services to help them. But once they get to Kubernetes, now here comes the fun, right? We've got a storage problem. We've got a networking problem. We've got an orchestration and management problem. So Diamante said, look, coming in, we had a bunch of amazing people like Naveen and other people that really bred up in Silicon Valley, knowing they're Cisco developers. They knew the problem, right? So they built an integrated stack that allowed you to distribute Kubernetes, right? Allow you to distribute other technologies like OpenShift or Tanzu that it has to integrate into. So they made it simple, really simple to go in and deploy a full consolidated stack. But what Kubernetes also has is something in my career that I worked on early on was AI, right? It makes it easy to get to an AI. So imagine deploying an application, managing the application between Amazon, Google, and Azure, managing an on-prem application, deploying it, seeing some key metrics around that application, compute, latency, memory, IOs, right? We master IOs. Like when nobody beats us on a per IO basis, right? On the way we deploy the technology. But the challenge was, how do we move eventually to a predictable model to tell them when those workloads need to happen, right? How to manage those workloads. But the monitoring is the first step there. I got to capture the data. I want to build an integrated UI that has monitoring, networking, storage, a little bit of security, and some really customized dashboards that allow our architects and application, our cloud certified vendors, our DevOps people, a command center to kind of manage the deployment of those applications between a hybrid cloud or in between clouds at any given time. And that was really the vision, listening to our customers say, look, we get all this, but we need to make it simple, easy, and fast to manage this. And we need one vendor to do it.
All right. Naveen, what attracted you to this project specifically? Are there certain attributes or capabilities that it has that you didn't see anywhere else? What was the thought process behind that?
A bunch of things here, Mike. I mean, basically, their expertise. They're already well established in this market. They know monitoring very well. They themselves realize the importance of this transition that's going on in terms of cloud native, where everybody is moving towards Kubernetes. They do realize that they have the expertise as well as they already have a product in this segment. So for us, I mean, the way we were looking at it is, guys, they have the right expertise in monitoring. They have the right technology going forward. Their vision is aligning with our vision. So that integration seems to be, perfect match for us, and it's the natural progression for us to go. So that's what kind of attracted us towards Groundworks, and we think this is going to be, something that our customers have been asking, and would be a perfect match for the coming releases.
I mean, just clarify a point for me. Is the monitoring for Kubernetes specifically, or can I use this for legacy virtual machines as well? And how much can I get into bare metal if I need to? What exactly am I monitoring?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So Groundwork itself, they do have a very extensive portfolio in terms of monitoring. They have the capabilities to monitor networks. They have the capabilities to monitor bare metal or VM-based instances. So their product portfolio is pretty extensive. And they have added even monitoring of Kubernetes objects as well. The way we are looking at is taking it into more customers, our customers also who are looking for extensive monitoring, but also we want to integrate with what Chris was alluding to, our Spectra, which is our multi-cluster management platform that extends from on-prem to the cloud. We want to integrate so that our customers can use it to know well in advance what kind of, are we running out of potential resources, or are we getting to the boundary where we may have to migrate applications from one cluster to another. So we want to kind of give that extensibility also to our customers. So the vision with Groundworks is twofold: continue to build on the product as well as integrate with Diamante's existing products.
Chris, do you think we're getting to the point where the number of Kubernetes clusters is just going to be too complex for an IT team to manage on their own? And perhaps we've reached this moment in time where we do need AI, and it's not this kind of thing to be afraid of as much as it is just augmenting people that we don't have enough of.
I'd say it's a great question, but I'll tell you, after 35 years in the technology industry, Mike, when you talk about fear, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, people don't want to hear that their jobs are going away through AI. What they need to understand is we need more, right? It's the year of the resignation, right? I'm on phones with recruiters. People are changing jobs. There's such a demand for personnel. But when in this sector, I've never seen anything like the demand for Kubernetes developers, right? So it's tremendous, right? So AI has to help them eventually. And what I worry about now is we have this great technology, but to adopt that technology, there's a lack of expertise. So our customers are first saying, before AI, can you give me a services play? Can you get me something where we have full on-site certified Kubernetes developers, certified in OpenShift? I just did this whole training program for our developers internally, where we are now certifying them and paying them for certifications while they're here and giving them time during the week to do it, because there's such a lack of resources in this sector to help. So the first thing is, can we do a great services plan where we're helping them move those containers, moving them from virtualized machines to containers, helping them deploy, putting best practices together? That's one. Number two, our stack isn't ready yet for AI. Like, we need a full integrated stack. And to get AI, you need data that you allow to understand a pattern from. So the monitoring, to me, when the light bulb went off, I'm like, man, we got to collect a lot of data. And then we got to use that data to allow them to predict, or just allow them to track, right, what's going on in those Kubernetes clusters. So I think you'll see us evolve, but people use the word AI in our industry many years, and they overuse it. What they're really saying is, it's not AI, it's just giving you a bunch of information for you to make a play with. And that's okay. That's okay. But eventually, with the backbone of Kubernetes, it's set up for AI. It's set up for predictability. It's set up for understanding behaviors and patterns. That's what I think it's going to get interesting about a recommendation about an application, moving it to one cluster to another, right? Able to scale within those clusters, able to improve the quality of service within those IOs, but allow those DevOps people some help or assistance that they use. And I think that's where we're going to see it go.
Chris, do you think that Kubernetes may be one of the most powerful platforms to come down the pike, but it's also the most complex? And
yes,
are people somewhat intimidated by that? And that's why we don't have enough talent. And then that slows adoption. And we have this kind of an endless egg cycle. So how are we going to break that cycle?
It's going to come with time. I wish I tell you there's a magic button. I'm doing this 35 years. And I will tell you, here's some numbers for you that people say. We work with Amazon every day. We work with Google. We work with Azure, right? Amazon has 4.4 million customers, right? So people say, well, we're going to save you money on your Amazon bill because we have these improved IOs and the way we do storage is different. But it's not about that. It's about Amazon's challenge, Google and Azure, is I got 40 million businesses out there and only 4 million of them have a cloud. Like, we're in its infancy. Think about that. There's 4 million businesses that have a cloud with Amazon, a hosting cloud, but there's 45 out there. Amazon's challenge is 96% of the people don't have an Amazon cloud. So the growth rate towards cloud is going to be off the charts like you've never seen before. What's going to inhibit that growth rate is everything you're talking about today, the people, the talent, and the technology. So how can Diamante make sure we can accelerate growth rates to make it easy to make that transition to a cloud, because the world is getting influx with data, right? That digital transformation is hitting everybody. And now these businesses today have to become technology companies. You've heard that talk left and right. And it was almost like listening to it is, how do we make it easy to do that, right? You're still going to have to be certified. You're still going to have to do it. But I think you'll see MSPs kick into this space where managed service providers will come in and they'll start helping and make that transition a lot easier between Kubernetes and the cloud providers, right? Whether it's on-prem or public or private clouds. I think you're going to see that adopt really quick over the next 3 to 5 years, but we're in its infancy right now.
Naveen, do you think Kubernetes will drive this hybrid cloud that we've been talking about for so long? And as part of that, maybe will we see more bare metal instances of Kubernetes? Because right now, when I look around, everything's still running on a VM.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Mike, I mean, we did kind of see this transition happening over a period of time. So even if you look back at Diamante's history, right, if you really want to solve the problem that are going to be introduced as you increase the density of applications, especially when you are containerizing them, you need to remove the I/O bottlenecks as well, right? If you just ignore the I/O bottlenecks, especially on the network and storage, you're basically at a point where, you know, you have increased the number of cars 10 times on a freeway, but you don't have enough lanes, you don't have any discipline in terms of that. And that's where Diamante's vision was. So we started off with solving the storage and networking problem by ensuring, you know, there are enough lanes, as well as there's the right kind of discipline in terms of the performance tiers that we introduce for applications, right? Along the way came Kubernetes, and we had to simplify this whole orchestration and setting up Kubernetes clusters. Again, this is all I'm talking in terms of bare metal, where we introduced our Ultima accelerator cards that offloaded the storage and networking. So we started with the harder problem, solving the harder problem first, and then we started, you know, kind of continue to build on it. Now, with over a period of time, so we have a very mature on-prem private cloud product already. It's bare metal. It gives you, you know, the kind of performance that you normally don't expect in this class of products at this point of time. We are talking about, you know, less than 200 microseconds latencies for storage, very high bandwidth network with predictable performance, guaranteed QoS. We already have that. Now we are basically extending that IP for VM instances, as well as, you know, for cloud infrastructure. So that's where our portfolio is extending. And yes, we do see that private clouds are going to be there. They do have overall impact in terms of TCO, but we also realize that, you know, it's always going to be a hybrid mix. There is going to be cloud play, there's going to be private cloud play, and we are through our Spectra product basically ensuring that, you know, we do let the IT architects, IT admins manage that infrastructure in a very seamless and a convenient way.
Hey, Chris, what is your best advice to folks? I mean, some folks are just getting started. Other folks are a little bit further down the path, but I'm sure they're encountering issues. What exactly have you seen customers do that kind of got them over the hump faster and maybe could be of help to others?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's complete thoughts, right? Like what's happening in the data center, Mike, is you have the application team and you have the infrastructure team, and then you have the cloud team. And they're actually now, for the first time, have to work together. So the best way to explain it is we had a customer, a utility customer, that was focused on a GE application, right? So the key to this game is align the resources that we know that we have all three parties making the decision, because you can see some internal challenges with that. Number one is test it, right? 3 nodes, right? Come out with 3 nodes. Make sure it's hitting what you need to happen, make the transformation simple, but then buy services with it, right? And I think services will help them just for the fact that whether it's a training program, like we're doing a lot of online training now, PD training. So you want to make sure the vendor you choose is not one startup that wants to get bought, that the person that's here for the longer play that's saying, hey, look, I don't really care if you buy the product. I care if it's successfully deployed on that first cluster, right? I'm here about deployment. I'm not here about purchase, because when you deploy it correctly, it'll naturally expand within the data center. Every application will start moving if they see those results. So this is going to be like a long POC in the first year. Let's get it right. Let's work out the kinks. Let's model it. So it's like a 2-year play. It's not a big deal that you're going to close. It's going to be test it, put that first 3 nodes in, make it work, get the application infrastructure and cloud team in play, set it up perfectly on that application, show the results, and then scale it and use a vendor that knows services, and definitely need a vendor that is here for the long term, that wants to make sure that you're standardizing on us, that it's a training program, that we're all working towards the same common goal. So many hit and runs out there, Mike, where people are just selling, running, chasing a number. I'm comping my guys on whether the thing is deployed and how many QBRs we do a quarter to make sure that we're living up to everything we committed to.
All right, guys, it's all about reducing the friction at the end of the day. Hey, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you
Mike.
for having us.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
All right, that rounds out today's Techstrong TV broadcast. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed bringing it to you. Just a quick reminder before we shut things down for today, we've got some great events coming up, including one this week. Actually, tomorrow, it is the IBM Automation Insights virtual event. And then next week, we've got two coming your way. The first one is March 1st. It is the Sneak Know Your Code Open Source and Supply Chain Summit. And then 2 days later, on March 3rd, we have the SALT Security API Security Summit. All three of those are virtual events, and all three of them are awesome and totally worth checking out. So I do encourage you to go to techstrongevents.com. Look in the upcoming events section. You should see all three of them. That gives you your chance to register, check out the agenda, check out the speaker lineup. I think at least two of the three of them are half-day events, so they're not going to take up too much of your time. But certainly there will be a lot of takeaways in all three of these events, so please do check them out. We also have some great live events coming your way. The first one is happening starting at the end of March. It is the Cybersecurity Live and DevOps Cloud Native Live events. They're one-day events. We're kicking off a series of these. The first ones are happening in Atlanta. The March 29th is the DevOps Cloud Native event. March 30th is the Cybersecurity event, and then we have DC a couple weeks after that, and then others scattered throughout the year. So we do encourage you to check out the calendar for those. We also have our Initech events, as always. We have them happening in Dallas, Houston, Austin, Oklahoma City, and Washington, D.C. I may have actually missed a city there, and I'm not quite sure if I did, but we can certainly remedy that later if I did. But the entire lineup of our live events, both in person and virtual, is available on techstrongevents.com, and there you can check out the lineup for each of these events and check out the agendas, the speakers, and register as well. That was a mouthful. All right, I'm going to sign off today. I will see you on Thursday for a brand new Techstrong TV broadcast. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day, and please, whatever you do, stay safe.